All right, let's get started on what could be the last session of the Rosencratz arc.
Who boy?
It depends. Combat is a thing, and we're gonna be doing a
We
lot of it.
never finish stuff on time.
I'm pretty good at guessing. But I also will never know when you guys will just chat with each other for an hour or two.
We haven't talked to Radovan for a while, so we're just going to chat with him for 2 hours after we get him back, obviously.
Yep, it's the memory episode part 2 with Radovan. But this will just be the flashbacks of everything in Rosencratz arc, and not all the stuff before, like we did with the First Lord.
To be fair, we've already chatted with the First Lord. We gotta include Best Boy now.
You already chatted to the First Lord's boss.
Yeah.
Though, yeah, Sebastian's not. Sebastian's gonna go full on, like, we're going. We're going now. No time for catch up. Do this later. When I'm not involved.
That's provided he wakes up once the coffin's open.
I don't want to watch you guys be friends with each other.
I don't
Disgusting. Do that behind closed doors. What? You mean talk? Yes, exactly.
Yeah, disgusting.
Filthy diplomacy.
So where do you all meet before heading off to your individual battlefields?
Like, in front of City Rosencratz?
Well, we have straight in front of the gate, which is right out in the open. We also
could
have
just, like, turn the corner.
We do have
halfway.
an
We could go maybe
we-
halfway between the crow house.
we do have an inn.
Yeah.
You also have a magical teleporting vampire, so you guys can be anywhere you want to be within reason.
Rude. Who just uses somebody's Xeon?
He doesn't have to.
It's an innate.
Can you take us to Bajo?
No.
Yeah, there's a cool
No, that's
library that another
unreasonable.
party is about to fucking
What?
destroy.
How is that unreasonable?
Because his powers only lie in Moth.
What about the new continent?
Again, his powers on the
So we're
line.
talking about the war.
Okay, Alex wants to die this session. I get it. Thanks for letting me know.
No,
We got this
please.
code going on.
I have this one character that'll live. Please don't.
Yeah, exactly. And you're playing both of them this session, which means we get to do a coin toss. Whichever dies first saves the other.
No.
One of them's not going to make it to the end of this session.
Please be Arthur. I'm already ready for him to die.
I've already prepared mentally.
If Sebastian dies, I have to speedrun Arthur's risk recovery. I have to make him have character development. It's like
Yeah.
I can have a character to play.
Okay, actually, I'm not sure which one I'd rather have die. Finwith hasn't gotten to hug Sebastian yet. He's still holding out. One day you got your shit together enough.
Maybe.
But unfortunately, phobias
Maybe.
be like that.
His dreams are saying otherwise.
Sebastian falls to the ground. Fenrith runs in for the hug, and instead of being like pushed away aggressively, it's like the lightest psychokinetic push, and then nothing.
Dies in arms. I
All
can't
right.
do that again. No characters dying in my character's arms. You've done it twice, Astrid. Let's move on.
Where are you guys going? If it helps, we'll say the inn you guys are at is somewhere between the Rosencratz Manor and the gate.
Then,
We'll say
we
it's
can
about halfway.
we can all cram. Just cram into a room.
Or y'all can go to the creepy place of the crows, get the blood elemental, and then the other group just walks around the city till they get to the gate. Both are viable options. Pick one.
That one actually, the crow one's actually sounds a bit better.
Yeah, and they are neutral ground as far as all this is concerned. So, and Donovan kind of knows the general area your guys' inn is. So
All right. Sounds like that's where we're going. So, we cut first to Ishtar Fenwith, Alexi, Richard, and Arthur. As the time has come, you guys are all fully healed, got all your stuff ready. And the First Lord just turns to you all and looks. He doesn't seem, well, too different, honestly, than he normally does. But he says, "Are you all ready?"
As ready as I'll ever be.
mhm.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, then. He holds a hand out to the group. We'll need to link up, or you'll get lost in the darkness.
Fenwith just grabs nearest individual, hauls over closer.
Alexi will continue the chain.
Sam probably just hauled over, like, as Arthur weighs fucking nothing.
Yes, I just pick up little man, just move him.
Richard just sighs apathetically and grabs onto Ishtar and finishes at least the end of the chain.
Daisy chain.
All right. The First Lord then begins guiding the group off into a dark corner of the room. And as you step into the shadows, you are deprived of almost all your senses. As you're just in this pitch black void. No sounds are made. You cannot hear nor smell anything. All you have is the now incredibly enhanced sensation of the feeling of touch.
Sebastian's so glad he didn't come.
Oh god.
Yeah, that would be terrible. As you're all being vaguely pulled in a direction, walking, though you don't feel any ground beneath your feet. It's disorientating, and you have this strong sense that you're going to just fall into the darkness. Suddenly, you get this sensation of hard stone beneath your feet. And those with dark vision suddenly can see what looks to be a cave. One of which Fenwith barely fits in. And Alexi.
Immediate discomfort.
Where exactly did you land us?
Might where we need to be. You can see in front of you, a little ways off, a door slightly ajar, an ominous red light filtering out of it, and the sound of low chanting.
I
I
imagine
don't know if this is the
Alexi.
place I want to be, but alright.
Oh, and the hand on you, Arthur, is now like vice tight.
I imagine Alexi is like the tall kid on the bus. It's like head tilt.
Do you mind just loosening that? Like, as he's trying to get a hand under yours.
Hold on, I can't see shit, and this sort of like tries to conjure a flame so she can kind of see where she is.
You like start to pry Fenwith's hands up, and he just like lets go, and instead all of the grip goes onto the First Lord. So he's just hackles up.
As the light illuminates the area and y'all can see the rough-hewn walls of this stony cave. The First Lord lets go of your hand, whoever's at the front, and he turns and starts heading away from the creepy door. And not far off, he seems to find some stairs that head upward.
Which way? Glowing red light, or staircase with you?
Whichever you think. He turns and gives you kind of a knowing smile before continuing.
Well, one of your teams is going with a blood elemental that's to be summoned.
It's not Ishtar. Ishtar wants out. She's feeling very claustrophobic.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
There's
no, Arthur,
stairs up, out of cave. Bye.
Well, I'm avoiding all of that, so yeah. As Arthur will begin going up.
It is alright. We have a fight to get to anyway. And he starts heading upstairs.
As you head upstairs, you find an incredibly cramped cottage with a strange, large staircase right down the center of it. And you find Anastasia and co. crammed into a very small, off living room, except for Jacques, who ostensibly stands opposite in the kitchen.
Arms crossed, looking as irritated as ever. As soon as he's like out of like ground level, Finwith starts to calm down some. The heavier like bear mane still's kind of like floofed up in the back though.
Didn't expect you to come from the basement.
Immediately sees Stacia and just trots over, grabs onto the armor, and rattles. You would not believe what we got to fight. We got to see so much stuff. He like hauls his fingers like underneath part of the armor and like lifts you up a little bit. He goes, "Killed a demon lord, a whole demon lord."
You almost don't recognize, or no, never mind. That's not happened yet. Never mind. But on Anastasia, you do notice the tall figure of the First Lord, as he's the first one up out of the basement. It's a Vitello you've never met before, but you can sense a very deep connection between you and him.
Is there something I can assist with, sir?
Sir.
He just turns and smiles, and he says, "It'll make sense soon." And this is when Finwith comes barreling out of the cave below and says everything that they said up until this point.
Who is...
Oh, and he just like hauls you up and like throws an arm over to like shoulder you away from wherever you're sitting. He's like, "This is Corvus. He's the First Lord." Pats you. And your great something or other grandfather.
I think this is the first time anyone in the group would actually see. He looks downright dumbstruck. He has no idea what to say. As I'm assuming Corvus is continuing to walk out the door.
After Finwith comes up and starts on everything, he waits enough for Finwith to introduce him, and then he just gives a somber smile before continuing out the door.
Okay.
He's not very talkative, but he's real nice.
Does Amadeus have any of that tea sitting out before he went into?
You guys now have a brief amount of time to trade any items, to do anything prep-wise before splitting off.
In this moment, Sebastian will basically just go over the plan with everybody once more. Like, everyone's together. There's no, like, game of telephone now. He is going full on, like, tactician. If there's a table in the room, he's taking it over. There is a hand-drawn map that he is pointing at, going over. There's little, like, icons. He's drawn both Iqbal's mansion, to the best that's been described to him, the floor plan that's been described, and at least a rough estimate of the Inquisitors and how many forces they have compared to their own. And he is going deep.
So as a brief recap, tell us the plan.
Main idea. Serena, Richard, and Sebastian are going to infiltrate the mansion and rescue Radovan with the help of a blood elemental to, actually wake him up. And the rest are going to meet up with the Vitala that are going to be fighting the Inquisitors. I think we agreed the idea is basically round one combat's about to start to have the least amount of time of, hey, what the fuck? I know you guys. Because, they can't really question as much in the heat of battle. And Jacques and Sebastian, as currently swapping it, are both in possession of the earrings, so they can communicate. That is the basic idea of what we're going to be doing. And he goes over this in much more detail.
Alrighty.
Did you want to change the rings, or are we leaving that with Doc and Sebastian still?
I think he will request that actually Finwith has it.
Oh, he is happy to pass on the ring, so that he does not have matching rings with you.
Yeah, he at least explains. Finwith is one of the more scary, melee fighters he's seen. If he senses Finwith goes down, shit's fucked, and he needs to get involved.
Fair.
That at least will be a nice alert to the shit going wrong. Besides Jacques talking.
Oh, and if it's on your end, you want me to come running? I mean, I'm gonna anyway, but
I expect you have ways to reach my position quickly.
yeah, I can always just, he kind of grabs the rough and drop this and grow some wings.
Exactly.
Ishtar, after strangely clinging to a wall for a split second, actually pulls out the black armor and says, "Hopefully one of you can use this. It's been staying in my bag." At which point, Anastasia would notice Alexi's lack of armor.
That's right. Alexis in his skivvies right now.
Yep. What happened to your armor? Or your clothes, for that matter?
Oh, there was many a fight where the things seemed to have claws that could completely cut through and rend armor.
Finwith was just
The strange half-naked man says with almost a hint of pride.
Do you require some armor to wear?
Well, as he holds up the black dragon armor, I could wear this and take off what I have. I don't know if you can wear, as he taps the plate, but if anything, the Kongsbjorn pelt should give you at least some layer of protection.
I also have the Arctic Chimera pelt.
I actually don't know if you can wear the plate now. Let me see.
Not with 15 wear
No.
armor.
I mean,
You
he
can
has
wear furs and,
20
hides.
wear armor. But yeah, he can wear furs and hides pretty much.
Okay, he passes you the Kongsbjorn fur.
Oh, remember when I had that and then Claude got eaten by a dragon?
I'm sure we'll find it somewhere.
Good
We've got a
times.
lot of mountain to cover.
Oh no, that shit's digested.
Oh yeah, because now Sebastian could finally actually have his full getup because he has the fire. I forgot he has the fiery beast long coat, and like draped over it is the Arctic Chimera belt,
You will see that Serena is strapped in her armored long coat as well.
and he has a fucking lawbringer at his side.
Oh, you don't have it uncovered now?
No.
Not gonna need to.
Not gonna need to.
The Kong's beyond armor was +5 for armor, right?
Yes.
Correct.
I have all its stat numbers if you need those.
Doc has a quality long coat, but honestly, what Serena's doing right now, it blows it out of the water.
Oh, I bet. Oh yeah,
I have
does,
all 8s and 9s.
does quality armor that gives you 1 point of energy armor, right?
I believe so.
Cool.
Yes.
Then I have 2 energy armor. No, 1 energy armor. Cause layered. I swear to God, if someone tries to fireball me, good fucking luck.
Oh,
Yes, those Inquisitors so known for their use of pyromancy.
Stassi straps himself into the black dragon armor.
Are we all ready?
I've been ready.
It's about this time that Amadeus comes up from the basement. Right. So we're gonna need the individual that's supposed to be bound to the elemental for the purpose of commands.
Just looks at Sebastian.
Just kind of silently steps forward.
Excellent. Come with us so we can finish the ceremony.
He goes, so he's not walking. He doesn't need to hide his psychic shit anymore. He is floating.
Okay. You head down to the basement and where that weird glowy room was. You open a door, and there's currently, like, it's not a pentagram, but there's a large symbol of blood on the ground with various arcane, swirly sigils implanted. All of the house members the group has met up until this point are currently face painted with like blood streaks and varying patterns, doing ceremonial dances. It's a very bizarre situation, knowing the people particularly. And as Amadeus enters the room and nods, Yvonne, or sorry, Yvelta, begins to, she has like this rising tone as the ceremony finishes, and the blood up from the ground begins to pick up in these little droplets as if gravity had been reversed, and then suddenly it begins to rain upwards. And then once there's an egregious amount of blood on the ceiling, it kind of droops down into this large water drop figure, and it grows limbs and feminine features as
Ooh.
and we'll share this
She,
with
like
the stream.
Sebastian, radiates no touchy.
This being comes into existence. And before anything can be done, Amadeus, who was pretty normal next to you, suddenly goes into like chanting mode, approaching her somewhat aggressively, bearing some kind of effigy, and she seems to recoil a bit before finally drooping and submitting. And he speaks in this eldritch tone, and he motions over to you. And then once she seems to understand, he turns to you and kind of regains his posture. All right, she'll do whatever you ask.
Perfect. How exactly will I have her awaken Radovan from torpor?
Well, if she's capable, which we actually don't know, by the way, she will do to the best of her ability to undo whatever blood works are being done.
Perfect. As he just looks at her and says, "Follow," and he begins to float out the door towards
She floats after you.
Sebastian just rises up the staircase.
We're so unsubtle.
He can finally show off. He doesn't need to walk anymore. It's exhausting. Have you ever walked? Ugh. Physical labor. Ugh.
By the by, she's about 10 feet tall.
Crying.
Oh, she barely fits in that cave then.
So Sebastian comes out as this very, very tall blood woman follows after.
She's gonna put on Finn with it.
We're aware that there's supposed to be a blood elemental in the plan, so
Arthur's a bit wigged out though.
there's still a sense of like, Jesus, look, that's tall.
Will wonders never cease? Doc looks irritated but unsurprised.
Oh, Ishtar, are you all right, by the way? And she kind of like, Serena moves over to Ishtar because Ishtar's went through the Gehenna forest, and that's not a good place from what Serena has heard.
Horns and skins upon some measure.
Well, she's currently leaning against a wall, and upon Serena getting closer, she actually notices 2 blood spots on the back of her shirt, and they are fresh.
Are-
Yeah. God.
Did you get injured? And she like tries to look.
No, not recently. Ow.
Sorry, did you lean on something?
Looks around. I don't think so. I think I would have noticed if something stabbed me. Over the course of the next few minutes. It's a rather rapid growth, but bones start to appear out of her back and form the base of wings before the skin grows over it and starts to gain some scales.
Ben was polite enough not to crowd, but as soon as that becomes obvious, which I'm sure it will because Serena's gonna lose her fucking shit.
At the top of Ishtar's
just like,
screen, right when you transform, a little prompt comes up, Finwith likes this.
You know, Sebastian was about to just go full like, we don't have time for this. Like, come on. But then
Can you
the
stop?
moment he sees wings form, he's like,
This is good.
this is interesting.
I can use this.
I was about to say that.
Oh, okay. Well, this is completely out of my medical purview. So,
Just like eyes wide at you.
Don't worry, she's recently come across demon powers since our trip through the wake.
What?
It's a long story, and we have very little time, I'm sure.
Yes, we have no time.
Mhm. Let's go. We can talk after.
okay.
Don't worry about the wings thing. Once stuff grows in, it doesn't hurt anymore. Just a little sensitive till you get used to it.
Then Serena kind of turns to Arthur.
He's not looking at you. He's looking somewhere else.
The scene is very weird. A bunch of you are standing in like a very cramped cottage, while the upper torso of a blood woman is just like hanging over some stairs.
He's just like, very like, All right, gotta get ready. As he's like inching towards the door.
So you ever have
Catches
your,
his arm.
Uh,
You haven't gained any demon powers as well, have you?
no, I have not.
Okay.
Alex cries.
Well, we have a lot to talk about after this.
Great.
Kind of looks over the jock, make sure he's not like stroking out.
Nope, it's just you can just see yet another one like fraction of emotion just die into resignation. As Serena's just growing wings now. I mean, she was already growing horns and scales. Why not just fucking go for it? That abomination does horrible things over there, gesturing at Finwith. And Arthur already needed 45 minutes of sleep and like a cup of food and water a day, if even. And when he finds out that he needs none of it now, it's just Doc's just tired. Doc's real tired. He needs a
That's
stiff
the
drink.
thing. Arthur looks fucking pristine.
I'm
Peak health.
so unhappy. But Doc looks at Serena and just inclines his head. I'll make sure he survives to explain what all happened.
Thank you, Jack.
Do take care.
Oh, and she hands off the medical supplies at about this moment.
Hopefully I will not need it if they are capable enough.
As you're saying, doing all this, Sebastian just starts moving like through, just towards the door.
Oh yeah, the First Lord just left, so he's probably going to go talk to Iqbal. We should.
Yes,
Oh, do you guys need any stealth before you go?
if you can provide it. The only stealth I have is that I do not walk on the ground.
Yeah, I've just been bottling stealth in case anybody needs it.
Serena's gonna drop the 2 increased motions that are on Jock and Anastasia.
That's fair. Alrighty then. Ishtar pulls out one of the grimoires, flips to a page, pauses for a second, like, wait. Actually, and she just points to everyone that's going into the house, and she casts Obfuscate on you guys. So you guys will have a base 150 in stealth, concealment, and key concealment.
Whew. Fuck yeah.
magic. That one's a daily maintenance.
Yes.
It's really good.
If I'm doing that right.
And we have a base 150.
Yes, because she only has it at the... She's using the book's intermediate level.
No, that's fine. Serena now has a stealth of 210.
Fucking 160.
I
have
see
a
you
plus-
got the like small passive bonus from existing and nothing else.
basically. I have a 10 in it, both that and hide, so
Those starting bonuses.
basically.
I've actually been investing in them, so...
Sebastian hasn't needed it.
And after the spell's cast, she pauses, puts a hand on the Daedalus, and just looks a bit more refreshed after casting it, as that took a good chunk of Xeon.
It's a really solid spell, though.
So you all finally leave the cramped cottage and get ready to part ways. So anything else you guys want to do before you begin your your trip?
Not really for me.
Do I throw armor on Ishtar and Arthur to keep them alive? That's the question.
Be pretty cool if you did. Because you know the enemies like to target me for good reason, though, for very good reason.
If either of the importance, Arthur would need it more. If all else fails, if she looks through her wings, I can try to take to the air.
My armor got injured one of my last fights, so
All right, I could do that. Let's see. 1 second while I make sure I don't explode my brain.
Be a bad way to open this.
Okay. So, for all intents and purposes, Arthur, you have an 8 to all your armor except for energy.
is that goes on top of my armor, so I get it too.
So it kind of runs like everything else since it's an extra layer of armor. If it becomes your top armor, the next one under it only gets half the value, and so on and so forth.
Hey.
Rounded down, I believe, is what we do.
Dope, thank you. At least for Sebastian's thing, he just keeps on moving. His plan is to go outside as close as they can to the Tick Falls Manor and basically just float over the wall. So.
And does
As
Jock...
you do so, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Does Jock already have Inhumanity?
Yes.
Okay, she'll drop that then. So you lose the plus 20 to all your athletic stuff.
That's fine. Clear it up in case you need it.
Yeah, that's the plan. Sorry for the interruption. That's it.
No worries. Oh, just
Important.
aesthetics. As Sebastian does so, the blood elemental gets to the wall and then begins to liquefy and pass through all the cracks, as minuscule as they might be, before reforming on the other side.
On top of the wall, as he looks down, basically checking to see if both Serena and the professor have a way to get over.
Fair. She's gonna use psychokinetic flight. Those were 2 90s I just threw away.
Does I keep fucking forgetting his name, I'll be real with you.
Richard.
That's it, Richard.
All you have
Does
to
Richard-
remember is that the shorthand for his name is literally Dick.
I just remember he's a professor because that's what we talked about last time.
Just call him Professor.
That's what I've been doing.
No
Or
answer to
Professor Dick.
Does Richard have a way over though?
He looks at you expectantly.
He just fucking organic psychokinesis and lifts him over.
As if he'd use
Make
the
sure my
for it
brain
anyway.
don't explode.
Unfortunately, the only spell that allows him to fly is a high-level necromancy spell.
Of course, yeah. My brain don't explode, so he just lifts as well.
He lands unfazed, and y'all begin moving. His battle group begins moving along the walls of the outside of the city, making way. Takes a good 30 plus minutes from this point, as you guys are literally the furthest back around the city you can get.
I'll maintain the psychokinetic flight just in case I need it in the future.
Okay, good to know.
I always have it maintained.
I'm aware.
I can finally do it again.
So the stealth group kind of goes up, and they get close. They kind of hide out behind the mausoleum which is still a good 100 yards from the mansion itself. You guys realize you don't know when you're supposed to go in.
Shit.
The plan was to have the First Lord distract Iqval. We have no means of communicating to him at the moment.
True. Let me check.
Or at
some
least none
stuff.
that Sebastian knows about, I suppose.
No.
If
We
he
just
still
whisper into the nearest shadow, "Hey, First Lord, give us a sign when you're ready." A hand just reaches out and grabs your wrist for a second.
All right, I have a way I can maybe do this.
Oh,
I have motion detection. I know how big the First Lord is because I can determine its size, speed, and direction, but not its shape. I know the First Lord's size. I fucking seen it. So
Can you
You
not just
can-
motion detect like on the house and like see if anybody's
like
moving
what I'm
around?
gonna be doing is just fucking work to get it pretty far so he can at least get a gauge. Because I think if anyone, Sebastian might be able to do that. Not many other characters I think could. I don't think Arthur would be able to do it.
Let's
but
see.
Sebastian's an analytical boy.
So is it like a radar screen where you just detect any movement, or
Let's see. All bodies in motion with the radius of power who fail the as a physical resistance check will be detected by the psychic. He will perceive the object's speed, size, and direction. He will not be able to distinguish its shape. Ability will only work on physical material forms. Things without substance will remain undetected.
okay?
And basically, the thing I do it, which I'm planning on spending some time on this. Let me just pull. I have a chart of it. Where did I make that chart? I'm looking at the wrong boy.
I have the chart here.
There we go. So 120 base. He's gonna spend a minute on it.
So what's your psychic potential?
120.
120.
Yeah.
Because that means you can only maintain it at that level.
He wants to get a ping of it at least.
If you want to roll for a ping, you can
Yes.
do so. I'll just let you know now. You're gonna need the 240 because you're currently about 300 feet from the back door.
Of course. He wants to get a ping to see at least like if he senses because he's also knows Iqval at least. That one I don't know. I don't remember how if he's like, scary tall or scary big. But so I was too focused on him being scary blood mage. But he wants to get a
Well,
quick
I will let you know it lasts for essentially a round, so you'll have like a 6 to 10 second window. So you'll be able to roughly estimate where the moving bodies are there. So
All right, perfect.
also you'll get a general idea of the current positioning.
Sweet.
Go ahead and make that potential roll though, because if you don't make the potential roll, you're not going to be able to do it.
That is a 198 on the potential roll, bumps up to 240. That is a 240 physical resistance, 1,500 foot radius.
Okay.
15,000. 1,500. I'm really bad at that.
So you focus and you let out this long ping, and it's been about, you estimate, about 30 or so minutes since the First Lord has left the house, and they seem to be approaching the doors. You see a lone figure approaching the manor, and you see a couple of other pings moving, but you only count about 2 other moving pings.
Okay. Then the First Lord's actually approaching the manor. He'll have everyone moving. At least avoiding the areas where the movement was. as
Well, you know, you only detect objects in motion. So if
Yeah.
anyone was standing still,
true. He still wants to avoid the movement because he doesn't want them to catch on, but he's keeping an eye out for at least anyone standing still.
you estimate strategy wise, tactician wise, that you want at least the first lord to be in the mansion
Good idea.
first, so that everyone in the house has a reason to be distracted.
Good point. He waits.
Okay.
Everyone wants to wait.
Excited about this part because now we get to cut to the first lord as he
Ooh.
enters into the manor. Oh, I'm not gonna cheat you guys from this experience.
Hell yeah.
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions, says Iqbal. But not yet.
So the first lord walks quietly up to the front door. His sole footsteps occupying the yard, the various nice trimmed hedges around, and the very antique style open porch. As he goes up to the door, doesn't knock, doesn't do anything, just reaches down and opens the door and walks in. He continues walking through the oh god, I use the term all the time, I forgot what it is. The entryway to the house.
The vestibule?
Atrium.
No.
Foyer.
Voyeur. That's what it is. And looks in front of him, and the large room, which normally houses the large family's dining table that Iqbal uses, is currently empty. The only thing standing there now is Iqbal, patiently waiting as the First Lord takes the few steps into the room and stops, his footsteps echoing before slightly dying out. It's a pleasure to have you here, my lord, as Iqbal bows respectfully. Please, tell me. By what good fortune do we have you visiting here today? The First Lord holds a very regal stature, holding his nose slightly upward and almost as if he's looking down on Iqbal. I'm aware of everything you're doing here, Iqbal. It makes me sad to see someone so gifted wanting to go back to the old hierarchies. I can't imagine why you would want something like this. Iqbal kind of scowls a little bit, but sits more upright. It's not the old hierarchies that I desire. What I want is simply to restore the power you stole from the Vitella that day. You've doomed our people to die. That was not how we were initially made. But you decided to cut our lifespans and deprive us of the eternity we're all guaranteed. Worse yet, we don't even die. We merely sleep. to be nothing more than living corpses for an eternity. And yet you hold yourself in such a saintly position, declaring yourself First Lord and holding on to that gift that was deprived of so many of us. You hypocrites. Don't get me wrong, Iqbal. If not for another arrangement, I would have more than happily sided with my brothers and sisters and slept for eternity. But, unfortunately, I still have more work to do. So I must wear this liar's crown and be a hypocrite. And it's something I think about all the time. So then, what do you plan to do? Cut me down? To enforce your rule? To show all Vitella again how much of a tyrant you truly are? No, at least, I hope it doesn't come to that. I just want to talk. Hopefully, guide you away from your misguided views. The Vitella cannot progress with the elders hanging over their heads. For untold centuries, the elders ruled and sacrificed their kin to maintain their positions. And you wouldn't know. But now, I've seen it. The Vitella value family more than they ever have. Oh yes, instead of the more organized disputes our ancestors had before us, we now squabble and fight. The number of houses have increased, but so has the infighting. There's not a noble house amongst the 11 blood houses that does not have some squabbling, disputes, backstabbing, and worse. Not only that, but members of our kind are now afraid of extinction. We've tried to breed the best we can, but we were never meant for such short-lived lifespans. You don't want to do this. I promise you. It's not going to end well. I can't ask you to see things my way. The only thing I can do is have you trust that I have the Vitella's best interest in mind. Well then, my lord. I guess we're at an impasse. So, in the end, I guess we do it like our ancestors did before us. When all etiquette and talking ceases to work, might is the only way. As Iqbal begins floating off the ground, and streams of blood seep out from beneath his fingertips and even from the corners of his eyes. The First Lord, on the other hand, takes a much more relaxed approach, his hands diving into his pockets. But the room shifts unsettlingly, as from every corner, beneath every cabinet, the shadows begin spiking out in every direction, threatening to consume the entire room. Actually, that's a good idea. Why don't we do a poll on the stream here to see who wins?
I can put that together.
Sure thing.
There is only one ending here. Because we have the power of friendship.
Once you get that poll up, I guess I can start it. Or can you start it?
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
I was about to say, make Alex do his job.
All right. We're going to have 2 minutes. You have up until 7:31. What?
It's a 5-minute.
It's a 5-minute? Oh, God. Yeah. Can I describe a combat for 5 minutes?
Oh, I didn't know if we were cutting away. I just wanted some time. I can't vote, so. Someone toss some bits in for the First Lord. That's my vote.
All right. You know what? I do have to use the bathroom, kind of. So, real quick break. We'll get the voting on, and then we'll have Rosencratz versus Evernight. I'll be right back. See, not a lot of votes for Iqbal so far.
Sucks to be the scary blood man.
We're manifesting.
Raising our palms in the air, gathering energy.
Let's hope. Oh shit, I forgot to conceal the blood elemental. Let's hope Iqbal's distracted enough where they take the fight outside to not notice the 10-foot pile of blood walking through the house.
Whoops. I'm also gonna scuttle. I'll be right back. Cameron's not allowed to do any cool shit with the first one until I get back.
Okay.
You're not allowed to do anything cool.
Not until Vo gets back.
It's okay. We're still doing. Oh my god. We got a lot of boats on the First Lord here.
No pressure whatsoever.
I already know who's gonna win.
Yeah, of course you do.
The other side wins, though. Man, they're payday, though.
Get some good boss battle music going on here.
Starts just playing I Believe I Can Fly by Space Jam. Or from Space Jam, rather. Oh, I can also use this time to, like, open up books that I need to for Serena's abilities.
Here we go. Here's some good battle music. All right. So, Iqbal is the first to strike as the blood coalesces into a large lance-like spear. And with a flick of his finger, it goes careening at the First Lord at an intense speed. As it gets close, it suddenly plunges through the First Lord's chest. His body jerks forward, his hands fly out of their pockets. As he slightly lurches forward, he steps and stands more upright. As, rather than blood, there's nothing but darkness where the wound is. As he says, you know something like that won't work. As he motions with his hands, and suddenly hundreds of shadowy like arrows come flying out of every crevice of the room. Iqbal does his best to pull up a blood shield, but his body is just riddled with arrows. He leans forward as you can see a large amount of, like a pincushion, arrows coming out of his arm and back. He seems heavily injured by this, blood streaming down his sides. He looks up and he's like, I would not fight the First Lord unprepared. You may not have blood, but you do have one thing. As another, like, just straight beam of blood pierces through the First Lord. As it does so, it seems to pulse with this light of energy that feeds into into Iqbal, and his wounds begin to rapidly heal. You do have an endless wellspring of vitality for me to steal from. The First Lord again, seemingly undeterred by being impaled now twice, says, Your magic has limits. You'll run out of Xeon before too long. As he motions with his hands, and from various oily pools of shadow in the ground, blades and swords begin to rise up, crafted from shadow. He then, with a apathetic swipe of his hand, it all begins flying at Iqbal's direction. Iqbal tries his best, forming a large shield of blood and parrying off of his own blood weapons. The battle truly starts to begin as Iqbal is flying across the large dining hall, doing his best to avoid every shadowy weapon or every shadowy strike that just seems to come out of anywhere. The crevices in the walls, the faint lights not quite reached by this center chandelier. As suddenly a massive blade the size of the room swipes down through the center of it. Iqbal tries to defend, forming what appears to be bloody plate mail around himself. He guards against it, but it just knocks him clean against the back banister of an overhanging balcony. Those from outside can see suddenly hear a loud crash, and it's almost as if the entire house shakes from the impact.
First the Amorous house, now the Rosencratz house.
Iqbal shedding his bloody plate as it reforms into a spear of blood, as body is very wrecked but slowly healing itself back up. He's starting to look desperate as the First Lord looks pristine as ever, standing, and what Iqbal sees behind him is nothing but a swirling mass of darkness of his unending strength. The First Lord steps up and he says, "You can't escape the darkness, Iqbal." Suddenly, from beneath Iqbal's clothing, shadows begin gripping around his body. As Iqbal's body suddenly compresses, his ribs breaking, and his body compressing to such a low amount. Iqbal, in what appears to be a last effort, reaches a hand up, and spear after spear after spear begins impaling the First Lord over and over and over, as his body does move with it, getting pushed around by it. But after a moment, he just stands back up, and he says, "You cannot win. Not against the darkness." Iqbal reaches out a hand and attempts to seize control of the First Lord's blood. But the First Lord just sighs and he says, "There's no blood left in me, only darkness." You will achieve nothing, and I'll end everything you have here now. Iqbal, still being crushed by the shadows beneath his clothing, gritting, blood dripping down from his lip as he's forcing so hard, finally manages to break out a bit of a whimper as he says, "It's not your blood I'm trying to control." As suddenly the First Lord jolts, and blood starts seeping out of various wounds on his body. The blood begins to elongate become thinner and thinner, like thread. And the First Lord tries to rip out of it. He steps into a shadow, appearing in another part of the room, but the blood just seems to have followed with him as it's still wrapping him up. Suddenly, he looks over, and standing in a nearby doorway looking in is Yvonne. You were always careless whenever it came to fighting. You felt invincible. It was easy to inject blood into you during the fights. The First Lord looks at her. Strangely, his slightly agonized face fades into a slightly sad smile. I'm glad you're doing well. Before his body finally gets completely enwrapped in threads of blood, and after kind of forming like a T-like shape from his body, it spins more and more and more and more and forms like a large crystalline structure. And when it finally does, it collapses to the ground, no longer being strangled by a shadow. Blood seeping into his body, but the sheer amount of damage he's taken has definitely taken its toll. And he stands up very wearily. A lot taken out from him from the battle as Yvonne kind of steps in, looking at the First Lord petrified, or not petrified, but trapped, encased in this diamond of blood. Your time to rule is over, Father. But we're going to go ahead and cut back to the other group, sneaking in while all of this is happening. By the way, whoever voted for Iqbal is about to get a hefty payout.
Alright, I'm choosing the victor.
But in the end, Iqbal won't win.
Have fun with that, like, 60,000 channel points.
Listen, we gotta stand our boy.
Just, all you have to do now is just make a bunch of, bad luck gamer emotes with the sunglasses.
Yeah, just make tons of fucked up emotes, highlight literally every message, or wait until the next poll and just dump it all in there. It's literally the only point for points.
Sadly, we can't broadcast yet.
No, sadly, you have to be a partner.
Hmm.
So, as you guys see the house vibrates from a heavy impact, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know that something's going on.
Luckily, Sebastian is a genius.
Sebastian starts moving.
That's some things.
Serena follows.
As you guys kind of get in through the back door, following Anastasia's previous directions, you guys make your way down to the door that leads to the basement.
And he, as he's moving up, seeing the door, his lawbringer just kind of like floats out, flips out of his scabbard, floats forward, as they're moving forward and just like slashes up and down the doorway, checking to see if there's fucking blood wires.
Fair.
As you do so, your sword pings off of one of them.
It is trapped again. He turns to you two. Or Richard and Serena. I don't suppose you'd have anything for this.
I mean, isn't this why we brought the elemental?
Looks at the elemental. Can you deal with that? Pointing towards the fucking blood strings.
She looks at you with a kind of smug look, and she speaks in a very discordant, almost crystalline tone. You don't understand what she says.
Who are you playing? Arthur?
Deal with it.
She goes in, and as she goes in, you can see passing through her form these lines as she's cut through, but it doesn't seem to damage her. But as she does so, you see these kind of breaks in the reddish thread that they were connected to the floor and roof fall off and then are sucked into her form. At the base of the stairway, you see a large barrier, reddish in hue and energy.
Do you think it's made of the same thing?
He doesn't respond. He just looks at the elemental again. Deal with that.
She goes up to it and she places her hands on it. There's a little bit of a pushback, but she forces through. It seems that she's slowly seeping energy away from the barrier, but it's going to take some time.
Sebastian waits. He just like folds his arms.
Does this look like a traditional magic shield, or is it like something different?
No, this doesn't look like a magic shield. This looks like some form of barrier.
Hmm.
The combat going on up above is immense. As you can see, it seems as the entire building is being rocked with each strike.
So the like corner of Sebastian's like eye and mouth are twitching a little, hearing this really impressive battle that he cannot see.
Thunderbolt doesn't even get to hear it.
He does his best to keep his composure.
Suddenly, you hear a voice call from the top of the stairs. What are y'all doing here? Turning around, you see a young Vitella.
One that we don't recognize. Oh.
No, Sebastian might. 'Cause he was
Sebastian
around it.
does, yes, this is Amalia.
He looks to Serena. Convince her.
Well,
Not
we've
your light.
we've come to help Radovan.
My brother's being punished right now. He won't learn his lesson unless he goes through with it. Mind you, she looks to be about Anastasia's age.
So she's like looks 15-ish.
No need to mistake her for like a 9-year-old or something.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not what I was thinking. I actually thought she was like older than Anastasia, so that's my bad.
Same actually.
No, they're about the same age.
Okay.
Well, we understand that, but there's kind of a more pressing thing going on right now.
My father will handle it. Outsiders, especially humans, should not mess with Vitello affairs.
Oh, go ahead.
She looks past you all at the elemental, and with a wave of her hand, suddenly the elemental freezes up and locks in place.
At this, Sebastian turns and looks up the stairs. He looks to Serena. Use your light.
Please, you don't have to do this. We just want to free Radovan. His way is, well, a little bit flawed and could certainly do with some ideas from others. It's still better than his father's option. Your
Who are
father's
you
option.
to say? You who barely even lived half a century. You have no idea what you're talking about. The persecution our people have been through. I will not be talked down to than what's little more than a toddler.
That seems to be your go-to. Whenever confronted by the problems of your guys' plan. I'm not talking down to you. I'm trying to be equals. You are, in fact, the one who's trying to talk down to me.
I believe you humans have a saying to respect your elders. And I'm not detecting any such respect coming from you, claiming that my father's plan is inferior to that of my brother's. Speaking like you know anything of our plight.
I know a bit. I definitely don't know all of it. In fact, whenever I've asked about it, I've been only given bits and pieces and then turned away. I'm trying to understand, but your father's plan doesn't involve understanding. His is of submission and hiding everything.
That's no different from you humans. The way your Inquisition now threatens our city to make us submit, or just to kill us. To hide away the secrets of our kind and the rest of the non-humans from you all. You want to talk when it comes to submission and hiding the truth.
You're right. The Inquisition does do that. And I at no point believe in anything they stand for. Which is why after we free Radovan, we're going to be helping the city get rid of the Inquisition. They have no place to put down a people who are just trying to survive. But in that same front, I can't allow your father to do the exact same thing.
Oh, you're going to help us. Friendly humans, are you? Sure that'll last all of 6 decades. Maybe 7, if you're lucky. How can you guarantee after you're dead, things will keep going in our way? How do you know the next generation won't just fear us like many others have before you?
Well, the first step is to start with a level of trust and go from there. Unfortunately, there will be the occasional bad eggs, whether on either side, I imagine. But as long as there's an amount of respect given and a general sense of wanting to survive together and helping each other, it won't just go away. Or at least that's what I believe.
She looks down at you, much more snively at this point, down her nose. Don't you even know your own history? Don't you know your first emperor tried to do the same? For only mere 5 decades, but still. He tried to bring the other races together, to coexist with humans. But when just a few of us were bad, he decided to cast us all out instead, deeming it too difficult to coexist. Mind you, I wasn't there. I wasn't present, but, well, my grandmother was, and she saw it. She wanted the humans and us to get along, to find some way to coexist. But if that most righteous man can't do it, then how does any of you plan to do anything? He was the emperor of the world. And you're just a child I've never heard of.
Unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with that part of our history, as people seem to have wanted to hide such things. But if he gave up just because of a few, I do find that to be wrong. Just like I've had to deal with a few other humans who have done bad, didn't make me completely give up on people in general.
I'll tell you now as the GM that you can always roll a persuasion roll to, if anything, rather than just passing the challenge or whatever, to get a hint on what kind of points you can talk about.
Sure, I could do that.
Kind of like tactics.
Not bad. 249.
Okay, I'm not bad. 249. Just one under impossible.
It's that
no.
face feel, okay?
I have a mastery in it, so it's kind of a low roll.
God, I love later level Anima. She's like, I rolled fucking shit. I rolled like a 12 on a D100, and it's like, yeah, it's a 312.
Yeah, for real. All right. You find bringing up the topic of your plan versus their plan being right or wrong, or Iqbal being wrong, to only cause resistance in her. You think an approach that comes more from sympathy and showing the benefits while not necessarily talking about the negatives of the opposition might suit you better.
So the benefits of the opposition in particular.
No. Talking up the good points of your side while not bashing the bad parts of their side. Because the more you seem to conflict with them or to say their plan is bad, or in this case, Iqbal's plan is bad, you only draw more resistance out of her.
Hmm.
She's also willing to talk to you all.
Yeah, which is a good sign.
Yes.
Just wondering, what's your notice for Serena?
Concern, but 1 second.
He just assassinates, ruins the face character's chance at glory.
95.
Feeling just, you notice Sebastian is like charging up and focusing on a psychic ability he's holding though. He's letting you talk.
Okay.
Matrices vibrate to the side.
Agreed to give you a chance for persuasions.
Fair. The goal of our plan is setting up a certain way for different humans and by their choice to give blood at the hospital. We've narrowly come up with a breakthrough to make it as sustainable. It would take some time, but it's very possible with very little hostile interaction. The individuals would just come in, a medical team would draw their blood and store it for use by the Vitella. By extension, they would get paid for their service. And in some instances, maybe somebody who owns property might be able to get a little less on their taxes. It's a goal at a symbiotic relationship in a way, allowing both to continue to live, not necessarily impeded by each other, but kind of developing a union and us coexisting with a benefit on both sides, while also keeping a bit of a lid on it for Inquisition to want to interfere, to try and impose their views on all of the people, both humans and Vitella, in this city.
What's drawing from a few measly humans going to do for us? How do you expect all of us to live off of just a few donations for some pennies on the streets? Richard chimes in. Oh, yes. No, you're right. I imagine only about 1% of the humans might do so, which will probably be a few thousand, at the very least. She scrunches her face up a bit because it's a good point. Even if it's 1% of humans, it's still going to be a substantial amount. But what's to stop you all from going to those Inquisitors if one of us goes bad? No race is perfect. The only difference is that we hunt yours. And while we'll do our best, we can't prevent everything from happening.
That's true. And we might need to have a dialogue about that. Open up communication and figure out a way that we might go about this so that out of fear people don't act irrationally. Well, we'll have more of a guideline to go by, if possible.
What reassurance is that? We're going to talk about it. What's going to stop those who are too scared to listen to reason? What's going to stop those who are too zealous for reason? Talking can't save everyone. And there's a much fewer number of us than there are of you.
That's true. And the smaller amount still adds up when it comes to that. But the small amount that do give in to fear like that would have to deal with the large majority who don't. And if they can't accept living in these conditions, well, they are likely to be ostracized, and most people fear that almost more than anything else.
Huh. You think that your people are worried about ostracization? Do you know how loud your minority, she quotes, are? The few thousand that there are. What if some rich noble becomes... Oh goodness, what's the word? Ignorance. What have they decided? Don't you know your own people are ruled by but a handful of your kinds? All Vitella are nobles and aristocrats. Those that serve under do so out of their own pride and desire to do so. You humans are far away from reaching all levels of nobility.
I'll probably roll a persuasion for this one as well.
Okay.
Uh, 237.
Still pretty
Those are some
good.
Rough rolls.
Yeah, those are some rough rolls. If you have at least a 200. Regardless, still a fantastic roll by normal means. You've gotten her to side with some of your points already. She seems uneasy about taking just your word for it. So, approaching from a logical standpoint makes sense, but you're going to have to do something more surefire to get her to agree. That, or try to make, at this point, an emotional plight. That doesn't sound like you're just trying to reason with her.
That's fair.
And now this is a point where, if you don't feel like having an overly emotional speech in-game, or just don't feel like you can coherently put one together, you can make another roll trying to make a point, or trying to be like, Serena emotionally tries to invest and say that she'll do anything, she'll dedicate her whole life if she has to ensure that the Vitella are equally as protected. You know, something along those lines. I know not everyone can bring up those emotional dialogues on a whim, but this would be a more like check to succeed or not, which means failure might make the whole thing crumble.
That's fair.
So you can continue the conversation in a different way to try to get more talking points in to possibly give yourself more of an advantage. Or you can use that ungodly persuasion skill and try to push through now.
What's your bonus again?
I have a 200.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, I've been rolling kind of, but it's fine.
Yeah, man.
I'm trying to introduce a new like talking mechanic of like using your skill, not necessarily to win the check, but to get talking points until you can get to a talking point that will end the conversation.
That's a cool way to do it.
Admittedly, my familiarity with nobles is of the more gruff kind of nobles outside of Radovan, who's been nothing but cordial to me personally.
I wouldn't know. He hasn't quite treated me like that. In fact, I don't even know who he is anymore. He seems so different than he was before.
From what I understand, he's changed quite a bit.
Based on your prior role, you glean some new insight from this interaction. She seems lonely.
Oh, it's what you're best at, Serena.
There's another one. Another one, Serena. Aren't you tired of all these lonely bitches?
There's definitely a kind of sadness that comes over her face at this realization.
I will state, more lonely for familial love from her brother, anyway.
Yeah. Well, we're certainly going to have to let him know how to treat his sister a little bit better. She says with kind of like a slight smile. But I do think he acted more out of fear than anything. Unsure of what his family might do. And I'm sorry, at least on his behalf, that he acted rashly and in a rush.
He never even spoke to us about it. And then he threw me in that coffin for a whole decade. He's terrible. And he doesn't trust his family. To us, Vitello, family is all we really have. I don't think any of us could rally behind someone who would treat their kin so terribly.
I could see that. But I think it's still possible. You do seem to still have love for your brother. Do you not?
I mean, of course I do. He's my family, after all. That's why he has to go through with this punishment. He has to learn that he can't treat us this way. Have you ever felt better after a nap? I mean, come on. How can he repent when he's just sleeping?
That's true. Though, the initial part of the punishment when he was starting to go in there, I imagine he felt a similar fear that you did. if he knows this and knows what he actually did to you, the sleep part isn't going to be the part he remembers. It's going to be that initial part. And then seeing your face and realizing what he had done to you.
By the way, that was Richard who was speaking. Just
Yeah.
last. Okay.
Yeah, I know. She was more piggybacking off of what Richard was saying.
Okay, wasn't sure. Go ahead and make a persuasion roll on that.
That's so much better. That is. I actually can't get higher than that. That's a 280.
Okay.
I rolled a 100 on the dice.
Obviously, you need to unlock Inhumanity and Zen speedrun.
She looks at you and she thinks for a moment. You have a point. But still, Father wouldn't approve of this. I should at the very least go ask him first.
I assume we hear like a crash right afterwards.
Yeah, there's still combat going on up above.
I might wait on that, honestly.
Well, we can wait a little bit.
But I do think the main reason that Radovan felt so much fear was because of your father. There's a lot of individuals who things are kept up as the status quo, but it's mostly through fear. And with fear, kind of breeds a bit of desperation and misunderstanding.
It's just distrust is what it is. Radovan shouldn't have feared Father. We're family, after all. And yes, my father is a firm-handed ruler, but no other Vitella city has been like ours. To have equivalently 3 noble houses under one rule is unheard of amongst our kind and could only be done by my father. It shows his own distrust in our family more than it does for fear of being punished. Our father has not had to punish anyone in a great long time.
We're getting reading a few messages.
Got some whispering going on here.
Oh
I
no,
got
I'm
it.
just doing my regular shrieking commentary. I just changed targets this time, Cameron.
Good. I got a lot to think about at the moment.
Well, I can only hope he doesn't turn that hand against his immediate family like he did before.
What do you mean like he did before? He's never harmed our family.
Maybe not this one. But from what I understand and the history that we've gleaned, he did wipe out his entire original house. Outside of Yvonne, anyway.
Why do you think my father is fighting as hard as he can to keep order? His house before was rife with infighting, fighting over who would inherit the family next. Whose kin backstabbing kin. Just like House Carrion. Plus, Father just wanted to help her.
Help her with what?
I don't know much about what happened before, but I do know that my grandmother used to be in a much more wretched state than she is now.
Due to the... I'm only just recently coming into familiarity with it, but was it part of the aging process or an illness of some sort?
Well, we only age like we do because of the First Lord. And while he's done a lot to help our people, he does not see the repercussions of his actions. There are some who do not simply sleep, and instead live waking, nightmarish lives in frail, ever-failing bodies. Like my grandmother did.
I see. It's very rare, though. It does happen in humans, though they don't live for eternity still. I can only imagine how terrifying that is.
Someone like you could never imagine what it's like. And not only that, but Father's just trying to bring us back to the state we were before. Where we didn't have to worry about things like dying. Well, at least not from our own kind.
Unfortunately, that would mean the sacrifice of a lot of people in the process, though. Or at least from what we understand of how that can be done.
It has to be that way. Her eyes cast down. It's unfortunate, but we were just born to eat you. Like you and your cattle. In my eyes, I don't see much difference.
I do. And I think that's a rather bleak way to look at it.
I'm sure a sheep would think the same.
We're much more than just our hunger. You've seen... I've been told time and time again about how much has changed since the torpor has happened. How vast the city is, how things have changed. And honestly, it's partially due to the fear of death. You can't... People don't really change if everything just is alright. If everything's gonna just be fine in the end.
A short-lived mortal can never understand what it's like to live millennia. Even centuries. You don't know what you're talking about. You couldn't even comprehend what it's like to live that long. So you just think it's fine because that's the way of it.
By the same extension, you don't understand how hard it is to live a very short life. To try and do as much as you can with the life that you're given.
I agree, it sounds terrible. It would be better if you all lived as long as we did.
I think it would change too much, unfortunately.
How would you know? We haven't cannibalized each other or gone into some form of extinction level war. So how could you possibly judge? Even before us, when we were more long-lived, eternal even. So how can you say it would be that terrible? You're closed-minded.
Sorry, the irony of that statement was palpable. I think I'll roll another persuasion on this one.
Okay.
What is up with the Vitella though, and the whole like, you wouldn't understand at each other and everybody else? Bitches, can y'all like communicate? Have you considered having a healthy like sit down and just like discussion? I mean, Anas is bad enough, but he's like a teenager. He doesn't understand. If you try talking to him.
I mean, our own country is a good example how you can't just understand each other.
Ridiculous.
That was a rough roll. That is a 205. But I don't have bad luck, so it's not a botch.
And it's still a 200 plus. All right. Trying to speak on what it's like to live for any period of time, short nor long, seems to be ineffective. They want something that you just think is detrimental. And that's obviously not helping the conversation. More about it's okay to let them have what they want as long as it doesn't cost lives to do so. If you could provide some kind of solution or determination towards helping the Vitella live in a longer life, or contrarily, proving that the current way of things is better, you might make more of a dent, but proving the current way of things are better cannot really be done by a mortal who's already so short-lived.
Fair.
You do get a reoccurring theme. You can't disagree with their ideas. You just have to prove that they just don't work the way they want to, or that there's something better.
She kind of like takes like a calming breath for a moment. Well, you are certainly still long-lived. And if we do come with a symbiotic relationship, maybe there's a way that we could find another way. One that involves just less deaths. If this arrangement does work out, that would give us much needed time, less infighting overall, and maybe we can even work to help achieve something different so that you could achieve your longevity again without the sacrifice.
What reason do humans have to help us achieve this? There's nothing in it for you all. I don't know. The whole lack of just death on a massive scale is a pretty good deterrent, I would say. Or motivator is more suited.
It's true.
Well, if you're only helping us out of fear, then you're just going to try to look to stab us in the back at the earliest opportunity because you're so afraid of us. You won't really be helping us for our good. Well, I don't know. I mean, if something similar could be done for humans, you think there'd be a lot of humans who'd want that, don't you? To live longer lives. You said it's so atrocious yourself. I'm sure there'd be plenty of rich nobles out there who'd be more than willing to throw the bullions of gold to try to live forever. Hmm. That is a fair point. But still, even if we do manage to make it work out, even if what Radovan does succeeds and you try to help us with all of this, how am I supposed to take your word that any of this is going to come across? I much more trust my father to get things done than you.
Well, you can't. It would be the start of building a trust with one another. And honestly, if it ever does come back, to not come to fruition, well, I wouldn't let that happen. I'd like to stick around and see this through if possible.
Go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
Sure. Oh, so close. 275.
Nice.
Pretty good roll. She looks it over. Given your bonus from Richard helping you and hitting some of her weak points in the conversation, with speaking about Radovan, making solid points on what could be done about the blood, and I should have wrote these down. There's one other point you made that that worked on her.
There was the moment her eyes became downcast at the sacrifice aspect. Was that it?
No, it was more just like a tell that she wasn't necessarily up for it. That she would be willing to go with a less murdery solution.
Why would you guys help us? Because we don't want to be fucking murdered. Fair.
Yeah. I don't remember the last point. But anyway, you got well over what you needed to succeed. With that, she waves her hand and the elemental, is able to move again freely.
Seeing this, Sebastian turns again, telling the elemental to begin absorbing the energy once more, as the hilt of his sword, which was slowly resonating, disappears.
Oh no, the sword's invisible. He's attacking!
I know what I mean.
The energy resonating on the
Yeah,
enemy
That'd be
swords.
terrifying, by the way.
Invisible flying sword. Fuck yeah.
Invisible flying fucking lawbringer. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's
Soon it's
true.
gonna be
Oh
just
yeah,
fucking like covered in electricity. So
because it would be invisible and it would be a ranged projectile technically.
Yeah, it would
And a
suck.
fucking lawbringer. God,
Lawbringer.
what would the penalty on that be?
Let's see.
So minus 80 because it's invisible. It's a minus what for defeating
It'd
its
be a
ranged
minus
projectiles?
95 because it's a minus 30 to dodge a projectile.
It is a thrown one, to be fair.
Oh, then it would be just a minus 80.
that's pretty good.
It's still pretty good, but you know.
I'll find a way to psychokinetically manipulate light, just refract it around
I
it.
mean, that is a thing.
Of
but-
fucking course it is. Of course it is.
But anyway, she turns her back on you. I'll let you guys try. But it's just a century before we see if you're right or wrong. I think we can try at least that much.
Thank you.
She closes the door to the basement, leaving you guys in darkness at the moment.
She's gonna be really disappointed when she doesn't get a full sentry because the messengers are gonna roll up.
Serena,
Yes.
use your light.
All right.
And she'll create light.
So after a few minutes, the elemental manages to break the barrier. The combat upstairs seems to have stopped.
We need to hurry.
Right.
Going in and around, you can see one of the coffins in the room sealed with a red glowing rose over the top of it.
Orders the blood elemental to deal with it. Like bring him back.
It goes over and it reaches out with its hand, drawing the blood from the rose into it. After a few long moments, it seems to weaken the spell enough where it just naturally breaks.
It's getting a nice meal out of this.
And the coffin doesn't seem to be sealed anymore.
I don't suppose you're strong enough to lift coffin's lid.
It's a normal coffin. They're not stone
Oh, okay,
coffins.
I thought it was gonna be like.
This is not like an Egyptian tomb, guys.
Okay, then that's not as bad. Serena will run over and flip it open.
Okay.
I did
You lift
picture-
open the wooden lid with a soft, cushy inside. Surprisingly light, you find.
It's very fancy. It's almost like a bunch of prissy nobles stay in them.
How much would you say it weighs, Cameron?
Just gonna flip
What, the lid or the coffin?
The lid.
Maybe about 5 pounds, 10 pounds.
Still a bit much.
And inside, Radovan is sitting there with his arms crossed over his chest, seemingly in a deep slumber.
She kind of tries jostling him a bit, but even though it's like probably in vain.
Looks at the blood elemental. Wake him.
It looks to you and speaks in shard language.
Going to assume it can't.
Well, or it just doesn't know what a Vatella is. As in, you might have to be more specific with your directions.
That's fair.
I thought you were the smart one.
Richard stabbed immediately.
I mean,
Sweet release.
That death wish disadvantage.
I think it's less of a smart thing and more the fact that these are just two beings that we only recently found out about. So he thought maybe they knew about each other.
That's a rude assumption.
As they're talking, just feed him blood.
It looks at you uncomfortably but does so as
Feed yourself to him.
yeah, is essentially what you just asked it to do. It can manage some. It does
You
so,
just got to eat a bunch, so.
which is why it's a lot more willing to do so.
It's got some to spare.
And after a brief moment, Radovid slowly begins to open his eyes, though he seems to be incredibly groggy.
Welcome back.
Oh, Serena. It's good to see you.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for you to lie around. We have to go.
Sure. He
Sounds
stomps
like
back down.
Cal's looked him up.
Radovid floats.
He looks around wide-eyed.
You've sort of met Sebastian.
He just looks at him.
We're getting a lot more familiar now.
We're leaving.
I'm sorry, that must have been an uncomfortable thing to say.
He starts moving.
Right, so while I'm sitting here, kind of out of it, someone please tell me what's going on.
Well, your father is apparently fighting the First Lord. Or was the fighting that seems to have stopped upstairs. You need to talk to your sister and actually have a conversation, by the way. But that we can deal with that later.
Alright. Well, I expected the First Lord as much. That was part of the plan, after all.
And there's also 30 Inquisitors coming.
50.
50 Inquisitors coming.
Yeah, you can't forget the other 20. You nearly cut them in half.
Fair.
Oh, I see. A lot must have happened when I was, well, asleep.
A lot did. It really, really did.
Sebastian, I'm a little uncomfortably close to the ceiling. Could you lower me down just a little bit?
He doesn't look back, but whoop, a little down.
As you guys sneak up the stairs and get into the back area, you guys are not stopped by anyone, fortunately. And by the time you're outside, Radovid he's like, all right, I think I can walk now.
Drops it.
Do you need a little bit more blood?
Kind of like flinches.
Being gentle's not in your nature.
He's working on it.
I assumed more.
Anyway. So, Inquisitor, what's being done about this? Who's... Oh no. The Sorbans are gonna go and deal with it, aren't they?
The Sorbans and the other half of the individuals that aren't here right now.
Everyone that is not us is currently dealing with it, as well as some of the Emerose house.
No, this is terrible. We can't let this happen.
We should probably get there as soon as possible.
I hope that we have enough time. Do you know what it would mean if a bunch of vampires just kill a bunch of Inquisitors? Even if there are a few humans in the mix, it's not going to look good.
It's true. How quick does Radovid look?
Quick? He looks like he's a little drunk, but that's just due to the fatigue from laying in bed for like a week and a half.
Then, as they're continuing moving, the earring floats towards Radovid. Jacques is holding the other earring. You can communicate to them with this.
Sorry. Oh, great. He puts it on. Finwith, you hear in your ear.
Oh
Jacques?
shit! What's been with-
Jacques?
No, Jock.
No, Jacques has the earring. Finwood
Seb-
has the ring.
Oh yeah.
Finwood has the
Oh,
staff
I
ring.
thought you guys were. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Sebastian
That
would have.
ring. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
The other Eru set.
Scared.
Okay. So, sorry. Jacques has it. Jacques? Tell me what's happening.
going on at that
So-
point?
By the time they're getting released, you guys are nearing the front of the gate, but you guys haven't gotten there quite yet.
Oh, good. They were competent enough to get you out.
I could use your snide comments later. We need to be more precise now.
We are headed towards the gates. The Sabans, as well as, according to Anastasia,
The Amoros
Going
are
to-
going to go fight the Inquisitors. Yes, I'm aware.
Oh, well.
I need you to tell everyone to curb their bloodlust a little bit.
Do you have a plan for talking down a bunch of Inquisitors? Historically, they are not the most understanding of sorts.
No, but I think I have a better solution, but it's going to take some time. We just need to keep the bloodshed down to a minimum.
So, you're fine with conflict, but preferring more non-lethal means, or would you like us to let them in the gates?
I imagine a bunch of meatheads in armor are more than happy having a rough tussle with each other as long as they don't die.
Alright, I suppose I can pass along as much. I'm not the most persuasive. Donovan and Tristaval and I have had some unfortunate run-ins.
Donovan's not going to be easy to persuade either.
Well, then hopefully Tristaval can keep a level hand, or, well, the Sabans are effective enough. If nothing else, I can ask the big meaty one to toss him.
I don't know who you're referring to, but it's fine.
No,
So, if there's anyone amongst you who can talk, I recommend having them do so. Wait. Is Anastasia amongst you all?
Yes, I was intending to just have him convince Laurentief to deal with it.
Well, I know Donovan and Tristobal will be more likely to listen to Anastasia as well. Though, Jacques, you need to be there to help him out. He's still quite young.
It just sighs. I can make an attempt. I would prefer this goes smoother.
Alright. Leave the rest to Serena and I. I think I have an idea. Just do your best to hold out.
Very well. Anastasia, how confident are you with diplomacy?
There's like a pause, and he just looks back at you for a second. It's been a while since I've had to persuade anyone, but I can try. Why? What are you thinking?
Well, if nothing else, perhaps your family can aid you in that measure. If we've gotten past the asking them for it. And he gestures at everyone around. You all have been ordered to remain non-lethal as best to your abilities. Radovan and Serena soon apparently have some plan to prevent the mass slaughter of a bunch of Inquisitors. The trouble will be convincing the rest of your ilk not to act afoul. Donovan, chief amongst them.
If I can convince Lauren might be able to aid us in that.
They are the guards of the city. If you and Laurentief can convince them that it is in the best interest for the security for the city, perhaps they will listen. They are welcome to fight, but avoid any casualties. Finwith, who was starting to sweat, like, oh, what? We don't. Oh, whew, okay.
Arthur looks in deep thought. How do I
How
do
do I-
this?
You aim for, I suppose, critical points.
All right.
You may have to work together with someone, get them weak enough, and then someone can just knock them out.
Because I can't use a sword if they don't have a hand. You didn't say you could maim people, I suppose.
Makes it easier.
But they would probably be a little upset.
Radovan gets a dark shiver down his spine.
You said it yourself, right? That you are able to use any weapon.
That I am.
Well, it just so happens I have a few extras if you are worried about it.
He's made of spun glass.
Yeah, and all of my techniques are tied to my guns.
Why, out of everything that you defy in terms of human nature, are you still so fragile? It's very inconvenient.
That it is.
I don't know. I think he's had a bit of a growth spurt. He kind of like pats him on the back, lightly-ish. There's still like that little tinge of
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're good at like the shooting and stuff. If you can use a bow, can you kill people less with that? But like, still hurt them.
What's the shock? I don't know. How medically similar is a gunshot wound to an arrow wound?
If your gunshots made any sense, maybe I would know. Your ammunition isn't even real.
Yeah.
You can control it and turn it into cannonballs. Can you not make it more impact-based? Bruised organs are easier to deal with than eviscerated at once.
I will do my best to make rubber bullets.
what is rubber?
Just kidding.
Ishtar raises a hand. If it helps, if they could be corralled into a group, I can make it dark so they can't see, and then the Vitella could knock them out slowly.
But any type of strategy that involves catching them off foot makes it easier for the rest to deal with.
I can at least let everyone know where their position is, as he has his key detection out and scanning.
I mean, you've sensed them a while ago.
Yeah, at least can he dictate how far away they are?
They're approaching, but you guys probably have about, at best, 20 minutes.
They'll be
And
here.
he'll inform Radovan of how far out they are.
They'll be here in like 20 minutes.
That will help. It might not be enough, but we'll do our best.
Oh, we're not going to do much standing around here. Let's go and catch up.
Oh, just
It
in case you need
assumes that you guys are moving.
And Finwith pulls out the +5 bow and hands it to you, Arthur.
The longbow. Yeah.
And as he's going up, he's just thinking like, okay, make a bullet, make it softer, so it smacks somebody and doesn't, go through them. As he's trying to find a way to make non-lethal bullets.
The opposite of armor pen.
You can make non-lethal bullets, or you can just shoot people in the foot.
I'd rather do non-lethal bullets.
Okay.
We actually learned, Cameron, that you can't just target a body part and hope for the best in case you critical the ever-loving fuck out of them. And like, yeah, you could just target body parts,
Might
and
ping
then
pong
you
it
chop
in a
his entire arm off and he
I roll a
dies.
50.
I mean, I've told you before you could just target body parts.
True.
Yeah, and when we did target a body part, you killed somebody anyway.
Who? When?
In the fucking tournament.
Alexei didn't target.
I thought he took his, he went after an
No,
arm.
that's the aesthetically what happens, but that's
No,
not.
I thought you went
what
after a
happens.
fucking arm.
No.
Oh no. Alexi didn't target because the guy was very full of himself, and so he's like, "Oh, he could take a hit."
He did
And
not
then he ended
hold
up in
back
jail.
nor target at anything.
Jesus
he just
Christ.
murdered him.
Then, yeah.
Well, I was under the impression he had targeted an arm this entire time. I was
Nope.
like, damn, he fucking killed him anyway.
Arthur thinks that if they're going to convince them to leave, them walking away with mangled limbs is less likely than just knocking
You got
them out.
doctors. Be a hard trip back.
Yeah, he's gonna non-lethally shoot people.
Okay.
Honestly, that's
Um,
just like a small penalty to hit, right? But you have like, you hit almost all the time, right?
235 is my modifier.
I'll say if you add 4 to the cost of your technique and 1 to the maintenance, you can have non-killing bullets.
Perfect. I will make a note of that.
I would like to non-lethally impact damage people into walls.
As long as you take
Actually,
a
do I
negative
have-
30.
Do I have any like? I think the only poison that I have access to is the save or die.
Yeah. No, you have the
So-
centipede poison.
No, we
No,
have
the
the
centipede.
There's the paralyzing poison you have.
Yeah, we have the manticore poison. Because it just paralyzes its target.
Fenwith wasn't
Nope.
there for the Manticore.
Doc has it.
No, Doc has it though, but
Oh, that's what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about 4-Doc. That's my bad.
Oh, yeah, Doc's in a little bit of a hard... At least, for the most part, they should pass their checks, so they'll just be in severe pain.
They'll just be on the floor for hours, writhing with a -80. It's fine. They'll be okay. Probably.
After like a minute, Arthur hands you back the bow. No, I can do it non-lethally.
But takes it happily enough, shrugs, and Doc does actually rifle for a moment through his supplies and pulls out the number of manticore venoms. This has a paralyzing effect if you would like to employ it. I suppose my dagger's interesting qualities will make it harder for them to ignore.
Alex, do your job.
Oh,
It's your time to shine. Murder them.
get
Oh,
out
wait.
of here.
Oh no, I could have been famous.
Don't do it. It's dangerous.
Alright. I have to use Russian again, really, really quick.
I apparently need to pull up the making a poison thing. Are any of them fast acting enough for the paralyzing? Like, can Fenwith actually take the manticore spine and just make manticore venom and stuff? Can he just have a shape?
I mean, if Jacques was there, sure. Oh, Jacques is there. That's right.
Jack is there.
That's right. That's right. Devin can help you with that. Devin, look up the poison chart.
Oh,
We need to make
let's see.
manticore poison.
Poison chart. Useless poison chart.
And
Oh,
we might
does it
just have to take the
Okay.
poison from the manticore. I imagine it's just in the bestiary.
Oh no, the poison chart's in the core book. But the manticore
I'm-
is in the bestiary.
Yes. So if it has a special poison that isn't just listed in the chart somewhere, then you would just take that and adjust.
cute moment for Fenwith is as they're walking, Ishtar's trying to stretch out her wings and see if she can get them to work. It's almost like a baby bat trying to learn how to fly.
He kind of like shifts over as he's given a spine and begins to like, with one of the like with his carving knife that he has, immediately begins to like trace lines into it. And he walks over and like pokes at the wings a little bit with like the edge of the or like the top of the handle. Just so you want to make sure you can get full range first. So stretches high up, and he stretches his arms up as high as he can.
She raises her arms to mimic.
No, the wings.
Oh,
Do both though; it might help.
okay. She tries, winces slightly.
The muscles are still close enough, so do both should help. And then try and put your arms down while keeping your wings up.
Okay. Slowly does it. Still
Alright.
that wince, but she's still getting used to it.
Move them straight back and down as far as you can. Try to go straight. Can't hear you.
She grips your arm like slightly through the shock of pain as she does so, but she does eventually do so.
He pats. He works you through like getting like the edges of your motion so you can see the full range. And he's like, I mean, I'd grow some right now, but like I don't want to like tuck myself out before we have to beat a bunch of stuff. But can I like? He hovers hands for a moment.
Yeah. She nods.
And he'll kind of like gently take one wing. He only like lightly touches with the fingertips. Not sure how sensitive they are still, and kind of like makes a move with one of the wings. He's like, that should feel close to like almost natural. Like you didn't have to really think about moving against it. If it doesn't, just kind of twist more comfortably into it. It's kind of like when you pull something and it aches a lot, and so you start walking a bit different way. Even if you don't know how to use them, they know how they should be used.
Ah, there we go. I have access to it now. It didn't load the page on the PDF, so I had to get the main book.
Thank you.
Oh,
Follow the easiest path to move them, and it'll work. When you think you got it, you can try flying. I'll even give you a bit of a lift.
I'll give it a shot first. Takes her a few unsteady beats, but she's able to lift herself like an inch off the ground before she's grabbing her shoulder because it's a little sore.
Just keep moving them while we're walking. It'll get the muscles used to moving.
Okay.
He's just like vibrating. He's so excited. Yay, more people gruesomely grew stuff. He's not the only one.
All right, the Manticore. Let's see what your poison is. VR 140. So that is a level 70 poison. Okay, so what do I need to understand on Fenwith's End for creating a poison?
I need to know the development points, like cost, but I mostly just need to know the effects of the Manticore venom, and then Cameron, I guess, will probably decide how much development points, unless that's included for the venom or something similar.
Okay, poisonous spines.
And it was what level poison?
It's a well, it has a VR 140. It has a base damage of 40, distance of 80 feet, as its poisonous spines. It was a level 70 poison, I guess, according to its VR anyway. But there's other modifiers and stuff, so let's take a look.
So VR 140, damage 40, range 180. Or sorry, 80.
Correct. And what does it cause?
I guess it would...
Here we go. A Manticore can use spines from its tail and wings to attack its opponents. Instead of using its poison tail attack during a turn, it can shoot a burst of deadly projectiles. It is able to continue attacking with its claws.
Okay, it's a cost 80.
Mm-hmm.
I found it.
If the spines cause damage, those hurt suffer the effects of the Manticore venom. These spines take 2 to 3 turns. Ah, here we go. The venom. That's more useful to me right now. You want to hit first, loses feeling in his limbs, and then within a minute finds himself unable to move. To avoid the poison's effects, the victim must pass a 140 check or be partially immobilized after 5 turns, mostly immobilized after 10 turns, and then fully immobilized after 20 turns, 1 minute. The effects last for about 24 hours. That is rough.
What's the penalty until it gets to the partially?
That's a good question.
Because, like, it's rare that we go past the 5 turns.
Someday I'll copy down that chart.
Ripley senses upcoming violence. She's ready.
Sorry, Ripley, it's gonna be a little restrained. Can't be, lethal.
Yeah, we don't get to murder the damn tin cans.
No, but we get to mess up their pretty armor.
I guess.
All
Murder.
right. Partially immobilized is a minus 22 attack, minus 22 block, minus 40 to dodge, minus 22 initiative, and minus 40 to physical actions. Then becoming mostly immobilized is a minus 80, minus 80, minus 80, minus 30, minus 60. And then fully immobilized is minus 200, minus 200, minus 200, minus 100, minus 200. But that's after 20 turns.
Yeah. So it takes 5 turns to get to partially immobilized?
Correct. And then
Bleh.
10 to get to mostly, and then 20 to get to fully.
Blech. Venoms take too long.
That is true. I just would have used one of the pre-made poisons with similar-ish effects.
Because did the Manticore start giving Arthur penalties? Or was it
Arthur
just him
did.
freaking out?
He had a weakness to poisons, I believe.
I have a
There's
weakness.
nothing else that does the immobilization in the chart anyway.
Okay.
The rest of it, well, that's not true. There's a paralysis, but there's also death attached to it as well.
So then, Cameron, in the scope of this fight, would the Venom actually be useful?
Let's see here. I'm looking at it now. It's not useful in the course of a short fight because it takes place over like a minute.
Yeah. Fucking cursed.
Oh, no, never mind. Well, kind of. It's after 5 turns, you become partially immobilized.
Yeah.
And after
That's
10,
what I
it's a
thought.
full minute. Or after 10, it's fully.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this system does not have a very forgiving poisons section, which I always find terrible in games. Like, I understand the real life aspects of poisons and venoms, but just let me have poison damage per turn or something, game. Come on.
I want to give them penalties that aren't gonna, like, they can even be just small penalties that are growing, because then they're at least aware that they're fucking poisoned and are like, oh shit. And there's some type of, mechanical benefit to using it. But unless you're, like, doing some shady background stuff, like, poisons aren't super useful, because there's a spell for it. There's a spell that could do it better. By, like, spades.
I mean, that's literally anything in this game. Hit with a
Yeah.
sword, a spell could do it better.
Well, I am using the spell, so... This time, the effect of the spell just meh. Let's see. Do I have anything else I can use? I guess besides fucking all of their armor. But I don't think they want me to go crazy. Not gonna go Ignis on them.
Anyway, by the time you guys are kind of figuring stuff out, you guys can see the gate, and you see a bunch of Servants, all wearing similar-ish armor, with one of them looking a bit more prestige over the others, as well as Donovan and Tristaval, who are standing in their battle attires, which are mostly like padded or like hard leather armors.
Doc just does not see it.
Fumith is now a perfect shield to hide behind.
As you're all approaching, they all seem to take an aggressive stance.
Well, Anastasia.
Takes off his helmet, drops the hood that came with the armor.
As you do so, the Serban suddenly look amongst themselves, and Laurentiev motions over to Tristaval and Donovan. He's like, "Stand down!" As he kind of moves in your direction.
He proceeds to meet him halfway.
Finwith waves over Anastasia's head as he walks off to Lord T.
He smiles. Well, he takes his helmet off and he smiles. And he says, "I see you brought your friends."
Yes, and I came to see if you're willing to listen to a request I may have, despite my lack of experience.
Well, at least you say it out loud. Sure, Anas.
Doc restrains his smug expression.
You say it mostly between them, but
And he walks up some, but he doesn't go the full distance over to him.
he leans in. He's just like, "I thought you were supposed to be doing stuff we weren't supposed to be doing at this time. I mean, not like this is much different."
First off, A, like hell I'd let you fight this. I am a member of this family and I will defend this city. B, I would not be here right now as well if it had not been for Radvin's request.
Bradovin's request.
Yes. He has requested we use non-lethal means to deal with the Inquisitors. As 30 plus, up to 50 Inquisitors going suddenly missing would easily attract more.
Well, unfortunately, from their types, they're not going to stop until we're all dead.
True. However, Radovin says he has an idea. Why not give it a chance? And if all else fails, he can somehow get them all tied up.
So what? We're just going to go wait in the city?
No, we have been given permission to use non-lethal means. If anything, to knock them out, but not kill.
I might be able to convince, our side, but I think Donovan's got other things in mind.
Donovan's a rabid dog based on his history. But this is his home and his family lives here, which he does have some connection to. If 50 Inquisitors go missing on a mission to a specific place, they will send more. We are lucky enough, based on our understanding from the First Lord, that there is no High Inquisitor amongst them. Next time, we may not be so lucky. And then he may lose a house again.
I see. This one's a bundle of sunshine.
He's not wrong, though.
What?
Donovan's lost a house before, and then he's found a home here with the Amoros. I'm sure he would like to not repeat history.
Right. I understand where you guys are coming from, but you have to understand as well. He probably just won't listen. Considering how much humans have done to hurt him in the past. And a human, especially this one, that he motions to Jacques, who fits a description I've been given recently.
He shrugs. Does not deny it. The things we all do at Radovin's request.
That's another problem. Radovin's not in the best of, he's not in the best light right now.
No, but the request is for the betterment of all the houses.
Right. People like to say that, but that doesn't give them any extra clout.
Well, good thing Radovin is not here to ask him then. Are you not in charge of the security of the city?
Yes, and dead Inquisitors are oftentimes better than alive ones. I'm willing to give this a shot, though.
If all else fails, the crows do still have their shadow magic. They said they can pick areas or certain places, and we can just have them lose their memories if all else fails.
I don't see any crows here.
They're not going to. They've chosen the neutral ground, but I'm sure if we plan it outright, they may be willing to give us aid if we ask for help.
Well, you can go do that, I suppose, while we're fighting the Inquisitors.
He lifts a hand up to Irian. Radovan, do we have any spoilers on what exactly you intend for your plan to soothe any concerns?
Nothing that will suit Donovan, anyway. You guys are smart. I believe you can do this.
He just sighs. Unhelpful. Does not say into the earring. Apparently, nothing that he thinks will assuage Donovan's fears. But if you're willing to try, then either Donovan is with the group and is contented to put them down temporarily, with the promise that should the plan be ineffective, they can be slaughtered, of course. Yeah. Then I guess we'll just have to deal with Donovan too.
We do know something he does care about deeply, if I remember the information you passed on to me.
Well, we're trying not to blackmail him. I'm already far enough on his shit list, I'm sure.
Still, having something worth protecting is worth it, especially something so important.
Well,
You know, blackmailing people to work with you is never really a great thing. I do like the whole if it doesn't work, set him free kind of angle. That can at least get the foot in the door.
Alrighty.
But still. We're going to have an uphill battle on this one if we're going to try to convince him.
Well, we don't have much time with the Inquisitors nearly here, so it's either now or never to try.
Alright, well, I can't fight on your behalf on this. I have to side with the city on this matter.
I don't expect you to take my side. You are out of the house after all.
Well, I'll help you a little bit, but I can't stand the conversation, as it were.
Which is fair. Well, let's give it a shot at least.
Donovan cranes his neck and speaks over to y'all. Is there a problem? I noticed that there's a particularly shady individual in the midst.
he does a small, polite bow, unable to help himself.
It only seems to make him angry.
He can't help it, I'm sorry.
Don't. It's great story. It's just also not gonna help.
I'm sorry.
Throughout this too, Arthur is keeping a close, key eye on the Inquisitors and is giving updates.
They're like 10 minutes away.
Every time it gets like closer, like by 5s and by 2s, he's just like 10 minutes.
9, 8. So you're like,
And I
stop.
start doing it like once it gets closer. But
Yeah. Edson, Sabam.
He walks towards Donovan to a polite distance.
Sure. His eyes are cast down on you. He seems unenthused at the moment.
Actually, I'm curious. What's the height difference between Donovan and Anastasia?
Donovan is about a normal height for Vitalis, so somewhere in between 6 foot and 6'5". Anastasia is still kind of growing.
I don't think we ever got height-wise, so I didn't visualize how tall he was.
I'd say he's about 6'3".
Okay. I'm here to make a request to put this to an attempt at a slightly more peaceful resolution for this fight with the Inquisitors. An attempt to knock them unconscious and follow in the plan of an individual in the city. I would like to help with subduing them, and if the plan does not work, they can be outright murdered.
Who says they deserve a peaceful resolution? They came here threatening our lives, and they will more than happily make sure each and every one of us are dead. Now remember, this is similar to the conversation Serena had. You can always make persuasion rolls to see if you can get any hints to push the conversation in the right direction, or just try to convince them with one final push.
Oh, that's it. You do have the information to kind of get his side by Doc having read his whole fucking journal.
That falls under the line of blackmail, though.
Well, don't use it like I hold your allegiances over you, but like you understand where the guy's coming from and his concerns. You don't have to leverage it against him like, oh, well, your new adopted daughter's gonna fucking die if you don't go with us. It's play into you're protecting the people that you care about by helping defend the city in this manner and giving it a shot. If at the end you're not satisfied with our plan, then we all agree that it's better to kill them than let them kill us. We're all here vested interest of the city. Or else, Doc wouldn't have cleaned dog shit off of a vampire's shoe if he didn't care about Rosencratz. Rune's still on. Immediate on-site.
He's happy knowing you're gonna think about that for the rest of your life.
Fuck. So upset. Yes, and if all else fails, pull Serena and Ubu at them. That won't work. Godspeed.
I am making the request at the defense of the city. I understand if they do or do not deserve to live coming to attack us. However, usually when a large group of humans goes missing, more will follow. And this may just be a small prelude, and I would like to prevent an even larger group from coming to the city that could easily overwhelm us.
Make a persuasion roll.
Oh my god, imagine a fucking Grand Inquisitor rolling in. Like, holy shit, we've seen what they're capable of. Oh god. I didn't think about it till Raven brought it up.
Also depends on the Grand Inquisitor. There's one on their team where you could do 200 damage to their head and that they still don't take a crit. And you're just like, oh god, please die.
Like, on the power scale, where is Keski?
Keski's in the mid-range of High Inquisitors.
And he goes with an initiative so fast he might as well hit you 3 times before you blink.
He hits you so fast he gets a plus 100 to hit you or something like that.
Ugh,
Yeah.
Or plus 90 for surprising you.
Jesus.
I mean, High Inquisitors are essentially arbiters in power.
Alright, that's a 159 persuasion.
Okay. He looks down at you. And he's like, even then, they're not just going to sit around and let us bonk them on the head. They're going to be trying to murder us with every swing. Unless you're saying you have the power to subdue them without risk of getting killed. I find that an unnecessary risk.
Well, I personally may not have the power to subdue all of them. He looks back at the humans. I brought some individuals that should be able to assist.
I'm sure you and the savants are trained well enough in fighting that you know how to hold your blows without murdering someone. As for the rest, a mixture of, well, here. Does, like, have the dagger for a moment, like, balances on the crux of a finger. He's like, I have the means to paralyze, and the others, well, are more than capable enough at crippling legs if needed, or battering aside them. The main point would be to defend and wear them down. You all have superior stamina, strength, and speed, no?
I think you're mistaken. We are not trained to pull back. Vitella are not so easily dispatched as humans. You'll find we're malpracticed in sparing such fragile lives, he says with a mocking smile.
Then target the limbs. Bear them down.
Still, who's to say these humans could do anything to back us up?
At that point, there's just 5 minutes.
Ishtar
thoughts?
walks forward, and let me double check something. If need be, and you're worried about them moving faster or needing to slow them down, as she slowly tucks her wings behind, I can create an ice storm of sorts to slow them. Maybe cause them to scatter and separate a bit to try and find their way out of it. Or I can plunge them into darkness so they can't see.
Laurenti says up as well. And I can vouch for some of them directly. They can take a hit for sure, and that one, at least, he points at Arthur's very dangerous.
And I can do it non-lethally now. As he whips his head back towards
There's just a moment of just
No!
like you just see like this look of consternation on Doc's face as he just seethes internally for a moment. Just, of course you can.
Sassy just looks back. You shot my brother?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I ruptured some organs. That was fun. He like lifts a hand.
I didn't know he was your brother when we fought. I would have held back if I knew that.
I
Just
wouldn't.
looks
No,
at
he's
Lauren.
fine.
Sassy
Or at
just
least-
looks at Lauren. We're talking after this.
At least if he wasn't gonna murder me.
Hey, your brother was a funner spar than I bet you'd be. He says, clearly trying to egg us on.
Children, please. We have time and place for this. Anyway, Danbin, I'm sure that's suitable enough, or at least to say that they are helpful. I still don't know the merit of this. What is your plan? We just tie them up, put them in a cot, send them back where they came from? I don't find that would be much better of a solution.
No, once they are properly battered down, we'll have some time to discuss. Unless, of course, that's dealt with beforehand, but we have the rest of our party preparing something.
And what
should
would
not
this
take
something be?
Well, the best I can imagine is most likely intervention from the crows. Either that or Serena and Radovan can come up with something particularly keen. But Sebastian is the greatest leverage there. They have an ample tactician with them. Either way, distractions for us. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it wasn't going to work.
Ishtar also steps forward, and I wouldn't have offered my magic abilities if I didn't want to defend this place.
If you are unhappy with the plan that is brought to you, well, then we'll deal with them before they can harm anyone in the city. And we'll have to deal with the further repercussions of a potential High Inquisitor later.
Alright. Jacques, would you like to make a persuasion roll? You get some bonuses.
He hates me and I'm insufferable!
It's unfortunate, but you kind of took the forefront of that conversation.
Yeah.
Sorry, we were all trading it off.
I know. You were just the one kind of heading the end of the conversation there.
I can't help it. I play faces.
I'm
What do you want
sorry.
me to do? Bring up this one now and us.
I know the pain, but you're the one with the words, so you gotta roll.
Fuck.
Could technically Anastasia add to that and go, everyone here is willing to defend this city without requirement of monetary gain or anything in return. They're offering to defend this city with every ounce of pride to defend it.
As you say that, you hear 2 minutes as he has his hand over to his side, ready to summon guns.
Make your roll.
Finn was ready to accumulate whatever.
Sure.
Just holding on.
We
to
will
it.
say you guys will have the ability to be as prepared as possible.
They're sure is going to be prepared to cast that ice storm.
Alright, so what bonuses am I going into this with points given and allies vouching?
You guys have made a fair amount of points with the vouching for the strength of the individuals. Does it matter? You have Laurentine, Anastasia's points. You have Ishtar's offering of magical aid, which is always a great boon. And everything. You guys get a plus 50.
Pretty good.
I'm seeing a calculator. That doesn't necessarily make me any more or
Oh,
less
I was
anxious.
taking a picture.
Okay.
Open roll.
Nice.
Oh, shit! Hell yeah!
Ah, and an 83!
Oh, hell
No
yeah!
Astrid curse! Plus Doc's amazing 10. What were the rest of those bonuses?
50.
I think that might be
239 Serena is
Hell
with me in
yeah.
this moment.
Docked a little bit because of your insufferable.
Yeah, well.
It still gets you to about the 180 mark, which is enough. Donovan says, all right. If I find myself unable to keep them back, or if they prove too dangerous, I'm going to start killing them. That's the most you're going to get out of me.
That is fair.
Tristaval's eyeing you somewhat, Jacques.
He glances over. Corks and Arthur.
He doesn't say anything. He just turns his gaze back towards the horizon as, sure enough, a dozen footsteps and the trotting of marching soldiers come over the horizon.
Delightful time for some miserable work. Those of you whose injuries actually won't just heal up in a matter of seconds, he gives Anastasia a distrustful look at that. Or just a picky one. The one Arthur normally gets. Try not to get too grievously injured. It's difficult to do medical care in the field.
Arthur doesn't say anything.
He just squints at you. Unsure. Patience already tested. You haven't said anything but numbers.
Not gonna tell Jacques I only need 3 organs.
I fucking hate you. But Jacques pulls the saber free and the dagger in the other, and will apply the manticore venom to both of them. Even if it won't take a bit, it's probably better than his venom. Actually, no, that's fine, because they'll probably make their saves. So they'll just writhe.
As they near Arthur, with his hands outstretched towards an invisible holster, guns spinning into appearance as they spin into his hands. His 2 handguns, now rubber filled with rubber bullets.
And Doc will nick the meat of his hand for a bit there. Well, the dagger's about to get a whole lot nastier.
As they all begin marching up, Laurentine reaffixes his helm, and he goes to stand at the front line.
Alexi will follow.
Edward's is also up front.
Sassy does as well, after putting his own helm on.
No, he
Well,
stands
he
back a couple
goes
steps.
to meet as if a general would meet another general.
Yeah, no, he, like,
I
up front of, like, our side.
Okay.
Edward doesn't want to talk to them.
As you see him approaching, you see a good about 45 Crusaders, which are the standard full plate longsword wielding individuals with the red tabards with a white cross on them. And you guys see 15 other individuals wearing seemingly less armor, maybe like a chain or a scale mail, but they have like a white capes and they're the silly looking helmets, the cone head looking helmets that they have with the big brim around them. If you've ever played the second Dark Souls, I think it's the similar to the Abyss Warrior or Abyss Fighter dudes.
The Abyss Walkers.
Abyss Walker, yeah. That kind of helmet they have. As these are witch hunters.
Does Arthur sense anyone else around, like maybe hiding or holding back?
No, this contingency seems to be the full amount of their forces.
Okay, that's good.
You know for a fact, unless any of them can conceal their their key.
That's at least one less thing to worry about.
Okay. Once they're a good enough distance, Ishtar will.
Laurentine looks like he's about ready to go speak to them first of all.
Okay. She'll wait till it's the right timing.
Okay.
No, she's not gonna leave.
Don't do anything visibly sus. Nothing visibly sus.
She's only hiding behind Fenwith, don't worry.
Oh, that's weird. They were just asking for directions.
Hey, we heard there was a town being governed by two warring siblings. Could you point us in the right direction?
Oh, that's the other city down the way.
Oh, of course, our bad. Sorry for your disturbance. And then finally Radovan comes running out the gates. Don't worry, I got it. He's waving a map of Moth. That was his plan.
As they come up, one of the witch hunters seems to be leading the group, and he comes and steps up. We have come here under the allegations that the city is being run by blood-sucking vampires. And I can see that amongst your number, you definitely have heathens in your midst.
Fenwith accumulates awkwardly.
Arthur,
Giant
like,
8-foot
back.
bear man in the back. You also look prepared to fight. So is there anything you'd like to say before we slay you down, monsters? Laurentine just looks around. Looks at him. I wish we could be more cordial with each other. But I can see that you're just as blunt and arrogant as they say you are. Shame, really. It doesn't even look like you all put up much of a fight. The Inquisitor just sticks his nose up. Well then. We'll prove you wrong in the name of Abel.
Ooh. Kidding.
With that, he turns and motions, and he's like, "Engage!" as he motions forward, and Laurentine plants his gross mosier into the ground. And you guys can prep and get off most of what you're starting with. But how this is going to go is each of you are gonna have to handle four Crusaders and one Witch Hunter
Oh, just 5 dudes?
each.
Each.
Yeah. My point still stands.
All right, listen.
I'm sorry. Should I double it? Should I make it like 10 between them?
We make it fair for at least Arthur.
Arthur, if any of them get close enough to you,
That's true.
they're gonna fuck you up.
He is charging key for the Uzi.
Can you afford to do that with the increased costs for and keep your guns up for a prolonged period? Okay.
The increased cost is just for maintaining his guns, not for his.
Okay.
I can do. Actually, I can do the thing twice if there's not going to be any combats after this. I'm going to play it safe and do it once.
Are you gonna put money on that? With our first lord currently T-posing in a cocoon of blood?
I'm going to do this only once.
I think you can probably roll them without it.
I still want to do it.
I know you do.
It's okay.
You can do it.
Not everyone
once.
in this group is super combat savvy or like high damage dealing, so you'll probably
Doctors.
have plenty to pick up. Your wife has an
Alex, no.
adorable sneeze.
It would be if it wasn't at volume 11 and happened 5 times every time. Talk about an Uzi.
Oh, here's achoo from the background.
Yeah, that was like number 5. I just wasn't
I
hitting
see.
push to talk.
So, let's go ahead and have y'all roll initiative. Make sure you type it in the chat so I can keep it together.
Yeah, something that's real sad. The serpent heads and the lion heads from the 2 Cerberuses, same cost. Same stats. The lions didn't get to be stronger.
Get it, Alexi.
Well, we'll assume that the bone-shaking rattle probably can't be non-lethal.
I don't think it would.
Yeah, liquefying someone's innards with sonic sounds is probably not.
Probably not? Okay.
Man, I rolled like garbage.
Are we rolling for each character or just one of us?
Each character.
Okay.
Because each of you are dealing with 5. So for those who have 2 characters, you get to have 2 initiatives.
Yeah.
Make sure you mention which character gets which.
Yeah, I'll put it in.
This is purely just so I know what order we do these scenes in. I should change this to combat music.
Oof. Anastasia, you're breaking the sound barrier.
Jesus.
Whew. Dear God.
He's an acrobatic warrior.
You'd be surprised how much an extra 5 initiative really, really helps your speeds. Extra 5 per level, I should say.
Well, I feel really bad for Finwith, because Finwith actually goes at the bottom of the initiative. So everyone else gets to have their round of combat first.
It's the fucking same thing as always. Sitting here, fuck it. We'll just accumulate, I guess. At least he gets to shift before.
Yeah, whatever you guys have, if it's a combat thing, it goes on your turn. If it's a pre-combat thing, you get to do it before your turn. So what shape are you transforming into, Finwith? And is Alexei doing anything?
Lexi is just throwing on his ice armor for this.
Okay. So,
A question before I just go big bear because fun. The tailheads, the adjacent attack not having a penalty, does that just mean I get to attack anybody who's around, or is that like their 360 vision means I'm not taking penalties if I'm being attacked again and again?
yeah, you cannot be flanked or attacked from behind.
Okay. Probably useful in this situation.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it depends if I'm gonna have 5 people on me at once.
Yeah. I mean, yes, that would be. I was thinking large creatures don't normally have to, but you do because you're not actually a damage-resistant creature. So you don't have 10,000 health.
I imagine they probably get past the damage barrier if they're Inquisitors.
Yes, each Inquisitor is at least trained with
Gotta be able to hit the supernatural stuff.
Yeah, it's part of their
Bunch
training.
of heretics. Bunch of hypocrites.
Kind of. It's a key technique, so it's a purely human ability.
Okay, and if they watched Arthur do anything, they'd murder him for heresy.
Yes,
Key or
because
not.
what Arthur does is not just hitting demons. He makes devil machines that kill at a distance.
In my defense, they're very cool.
And he was gonna shoot a demon with them.
And
He
then I
did shoot
got
another
knocked
demon, and then he got knocked out. Well, you were gonna shoot the succubus too,
Yes, I was.
until you got told, no, you can't.
Yes, and he was not happy about that.
So, what are you transforming into? Alexi's putting on his armor.
I suppose the difference between the heads and the Kongsbjorn bonus is that the Kongsbjorn has impact, but we're only fighting like 5 apiece, so it's not like I can just sweep mine and then go help somebody else.
You can, if you wish to. I mean, there's 11 other people, or 10 other people besides you fighting, so.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you, while the Sorbons are well trained, they're not your guys' as lawful and powerful. Neither is really Tristaval or Donovan, but you know.
Alright, he's pretty fucking tanky, so I'm not too worried about the being attacked by a bunch of people, especially because he has so much fucking armor. So, you know what? He called him a dirty fucking heathen, and he doesn't like Inquisitors, so he's going to prove him very correct, and is going to turn into a 20-foot tall bear monster because he didn't like the 9-foot bear monster. How do you like it now that it's 20 feet?
Hell yeah.
Alright, so when he's like engaged, sunlight.
And like in this
Rising in the
gruesome display of cracking bones, shredded muscle, and blood, growing hide and fur, Finwith grows to 20 fucking feet tall.
If these were Inquisitors, they would have had to make a composure check.
Can I try and intimidate them with a nice big old roar?
On your turn.
Okay. I did take some intimidate.
I'll let you know. In order to become an Inquisitor,
just
you
fine.
have to fight like a monster in order to officially be named as one, so.
I'm sure there's still Inquisitors who pass with the lowest possible GPA.
They're still human for the most part.
Yeah.
But this is what they do. So, that means starting off at the top of the initiative is Anastasia. So, you guys can either target body parts or just take a negative 30. I'll let you guys know now, even at a negative 30, you guys should still sweep them.
Let's go for the weapon arms.
Okay, I think an arm's negative 20.
I'm too big to target limbs. I will be just taking the non-lethal penalty, thank you. I'm just going to try and compress them very quickly.
Yes,
a
the
big
arm is
ball.
negative 20. So what are you doing? This is your guys' time to shine, by the way. Don't be afraid to style it up.
Okay.
Gotta show off to your family.
Trying to remember, it's been a long time since we've had combat. It's a total of 2 attacks.
3 attacks if your attack score is over 200.
Nope, not there yet.
Second attack will be at a minus 25.
400 if you have the ability bonus.
Alright then. Why not? He's gonna run up with the breaker blade and attempt to hit this guy with the broadside of it to try and crush his arm. He's just gonna pick one at random in the front.
Okay. So you're going to aim for one of the Crusaders or the Witch Hunter?
Oh, let's go for the Witch Hunter in front.
Okay. Don't forget to subtract the minus 20.
That is a 245 attack.
Okay. 245 attack versus his 184. You beat him by a whole 60 points. What weapon are you using?
He's using the flat side of the breaker blade, so it's also an impact.
If you use the secondary type of damage, it's an additional penalty.
Okay. That's good to know. He's just doing a standard attack. He's
Okay.
not doing the impact.
All right. Well, I mean, it's still going to do impact because that's what the weapon does. So, you hit him. What's that weapon? Is it a plus 10?
Yes.
Okay, so that cuts through 2 points of his armor. So he still has 2 points of armor, so you do 40% of your damage.
And that is 50. That's 52 total. If I did the math correctly.
If you put it into a calculator, I would assume so.
Yes.
Then 52 points of damage. It's a pretty good chunk, and the big blade comes whizzing down into his shoulder. Make the strength check for the weapon versus his strength. And what's the strength of the weapon?
It is a. If I'm reading this correctly, I believe it's a 10 strength. No, it's my strength. Wait a minute. Where is its strength?
I believe it was a 10 impact strength.
I believe.
Impact.
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, I would like you to be sure, so in the meantime, we'll go 10 for now. Try to find the exact stats for it.
Yep. That's a 15.
He got a 12. I gotta pull the impact table up. 1 second. Should have did this before. I'm a fool.
You're gonna need the impact table.
I know. I know.
I'm gonna be doing an area attack impact.
Okay, so you beat him by 3. He goes flying 30 feet. Not too terrible. And he takes. Let's see. He takes the low end, so he takes 5 points of damage from the impact. Oh, minus his armor, so he takes no damage from the impact. But yeah, you bring it down on his arm, and as it does so, his body goes poof, 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 bouncing off the ground about 30 feet away. You have 2 more attacks, or you can wait for counterattacks. Hey, you counter builds can really go ham on this one.
Yeah, he's gonna prepare to counter.
All right. Next, we have Arthur.
All right, with the key he's been accumulating as well, he unleashes his barrel shot.
Alrighty.
Here we go. It's been a while. Not as long as some characters, but still. What's the penalty for non-lethal with my guns?
Nothing, because it's a key technique.
Good. First attack.
What are you attacking? Crusader or Witch Hunter?
He's going to go down the line of Crusaders with the Witch Hunter last.
Okay.
That is a 267 for his first attack.
They get a 180. So that's going to be 87 over. And what's your guns are plus 10, right?
Yes.
So it cuts down because they have plate mail, which is actually a good chunk of armor. It cuts down by 40, so that's going to be 40% of your damage.
48.
Okay. First one, you shoot the bullet. It penetrates, but they keep coming at you. And they're all coming together and zerging you.
Damn it. Not great. 252.
Alright, well that pretty much ate that roll. So that's going to be a 87. They're not that strong. They're level 3s, man. But so what'd you get? I'm sorry.
252.
Cool. So that's gonna be a little less than 170 over. 160 minus 4 layers of armor. 120% of your damage.
144.
Okay. So the first one like shoots him in the shoulder. He comes up. The next one shoots him in the head. He goes down. The rest of them are still coming at you.
As he's shooting as well, he's in constant motion as each shot spins his gun around, and as it's spinning, it's when he shoots with his left hand, spins again, right hand, as he's just moving, spinning, just dancing around, basically.
Okay.
Third attack.
All right.
Why do these dice hate whenever I barrel shot? 277.
277. This is a fresh dude. Okay. Let's see. So that's going to be 277. That's going to be a 118. So that's going to be just under 90. So that's 80 minus 4 layers of armor. 40% of your damage again.
48.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did that math wrong. It's 100 and it was 100 and almost 160 over. So 150 minus 4 layers, 110% of your damage. My mistake.
Well, that's a big difference.
That's a huge difference.
132.
132. He's still up. Not for long, though.
Oh, shit. A strong breeze could knock him over. I'm lucky for him. It's a fucking bullet coming his way. Better. 290.
This one goes down as well.
He's down. still putting it in the chat so I can count. Okay. 5th shot.
Okay.
Christ.
Got 180 again.
255.
Okay, so that's a little under, or a little over, 70 over, so minus 4. 30% of your damage.
36.
Okay. Solid hit, but not enough to put him down.
Why is it the second shot I always roll really well?
This guy rolled like utter shit on that roll.
315.
He's down. I rolled a 7. You probably accidentally almost killed him despite
Whoops.
non-lethal damage. It's like when someone just eats a beanbag from a beanbag gun. It's like,
All right.
it's not lethal, but there's situations where...
One more shot in the barrel shot.
Yep. This is Crusader number 4.
Almost. 326.
$29. That guy botched and rolled a
What?
61. So
Get shit on. Like, honestly, he's the one who least needs people to botch to
you
absolutely
nearly
destroy
beat him by 300 points. He was 3 off.
Yeah.
Sorry, Vale. I noticed that right when you were talking.
No, you're fine. I don't care.
Oh my god.
He's
I
down.
assume he's.
300%
Yeah.
of your weapon damage, if you want to calculate that.
I do.
I
The
know you do.
number's fun. It's so satisfying. Like, we didn't need to calculate the numbers for Astra to, like, taking the heads off a dragon, but it was fun to say about 1,500.
360?
Jesus.
Fuck yes.
That's the damage for my key ability that is meant to be a last resort.
So you're just sitting there like, "Brrr," and then it's just like they're getting pinked down, collapsing one after the other. It's one guy left. You aim this last shot, and you just aim, stick your tongue out a little bit, just hits the guy straight in the head. You just poof, poof, down. It's just the witch hunter left.
And now it's my first attack.
Okay.
I love that I can say that.
Poor Ripley, she's asleep during all of this. This is perfect time.
This is the perfect time for Doc to just stab him in the back and just be done with it. Now is his opportunity.
258.
He open rolled.
Fuck.
300 something.
Jesus.
So, this guy, who's not as slow as the armor-plated ones moving up forward, you take your first shot at him, aiming, confident in yourself, and he ducks underneath and avoids the bullet.
Alright. Seeing that this guy is actually, like, somewhat intimidating, he taps into his dark power. and may burn some fatigue.
Awesome.
Yeah. He's using his offhand. And now I can actually spend fatigue, since fatigue means nothing to me now. That is just a number.
Yep. So remember, offhand gives you an added minus 10 plus the multi-attack. So this will be a minus 35.
Yes. Alright. So close.
How much fatigue were you burning?
2.
Okay. I need to know before you roll.
Yeah, of course. I was gonna tell you, that's my bad. 350.
You got a 122. So that's 220% of your damage. Oh, I'm sorry. Minus 2 layers of armor. So what's 200% of your damage?
240.
Or sorry, it's 100% your damage. My bad.
120.
120.
Still
Hello?
solid.
It would be a critical if it wasn't non-lethal.
Second attack.
Third attack.
Third attack.
And this one will just be a minus 50 for you. And minus 65 for him.
Not great.
Probably did
230.
better than him. Oh, yeah, definitely. 143. So that's going to be a difference of just shy of 90 over 80 minus 2 levels of armor. 60% your damage.
72.
He goes down. And I totally forgot, they're actually supposed to counterattack you guys on the same turn that we're doing this. So Anastasia, you're getting attacked. Arthur, you're not, because all your targets are done.
We'll be back in a second.
My job is done. Leaves.
So, four Crusaders and a Witch Hunter are running up on you. Oh, we have an open roll right off the bat.
All right. Prior to dropping it down, since I only have Inhumanity, that is a 305.
Jesus. Well, he open rolled, and it was a good open roll too, but unfortunately, he only gets a 266. So what
Sir,
was your
can I
number?
interest you in some Zen?
It was 305 before breaking it down, so it would go down and drop down to 280. Because I only have Inhumanity.
Inhumans 320.
Was it 320?
It is
Yeah.
220.
440 is Zen.
Got it.
280 is what you can
305
do with
total
Impossible.
Okay, so you can counter. You're just shy 1 point away from a plus 20 to your counter, so you get a plus 15. Which means you only get a minus 10.
Guy open rolls. This is going to be the attack of my life on this
Or you can hold
heretical
off and wait
monster.
for a better opportunity.
Oh, wait
It's
for a better
fucked.
opportunity.
Okay. That's his attack. The second one goes and attacks you. Not as good. That's a 150.
And this is...
This is the second attack on you, so that'll be a minus 30.
That is a 264.
264 against 150. That's a difference of 114, which means you can counter with a plus 55 if you so choose.
Sure, why not?
Okay. Minus the multi-attack penalty. That's still going to be a plus 30 for your counterattack.
Alright.
Which means you can just subtract that because you're, if you're non-lethally going, or you could subtract 20 of that and get just a plus 10 if you want to aim for his arm.
We'll do the subtract 30.
Okay, so just a normal roll for you.
That is a 255.
You get a 156. You're nearly 100 over him. Minus, so it's 90 minus 4 layers of armor because you also have a plus 10 weapon. 50% of your damage.
That is 65.
65. That's a pretty massive hit. Roll your strength of your weapon.
And I double checked it is a 10.
Okay.
That's a 20.
No. He got a 10. That's really bad for him. Yeah, that's the 9 or more category. So this time, you go and you try to non-lethally hit him, and you do. He takes a pretty massive, a pretty like good hit with the flat of your blade, but he goes flying 150 feet into the tree line.
Yeet.
The good news is his plate mail protects him from all the damage. The bad news is he's gonna be a bit before he comes back to combat.
It's alright, we'll go, just put a note somewhere that we need to make sure he doesn't run away.
Arthur's
in
tracking.
case.
He knows where he is.
That's fair, he
That
can't
is
escape!
true.
Arthur has
He
like
can't.
5 fucking miles, he's like, I can see everything.
The gun gains a scope.
Arthur knows if he runs a principality away.
Yeah, because what was the full range?
Hundreds of miles.
Hundreds of miles, okay, yeah.
I will study his key so I can track him down.
All right.
You're
You
such
have
a
nothing
fucking
better
nightmare.
to do.
Yeah, you already did your job.
Next is another Crusader. So this is going to be a minus 50 for you, Anastasia.
That's an open roll. Darn second rolls. Why do they always roll so lower? That is a 323 dodge.
He doesn't even come close with a 151. The fourth one comes. That's going to be a 135.
And this is the minus 75.
Minus 70. Alexi, you're on deck.
And then that is a 206.
You beat him. Then the witch hunter that you nailed before hops up, runs at you. He swings at you. He has a very thin but pure white blade.
Do I recognize it?
It's not a blade you've seen before. Unless you'd
Okay.
like to make for me an appraisal roll. Yeah, you probably haven't seen it before.
Oh no.
So he's coming at you. This will be a minus 90 for you.
That is a 198.
He still only got a 184, so as he comes up, it whizzes close to you as you manage to barely come out of the way. You definitely know there's something up with that blade. He comes at you one more time. With a 147. And this is minus 90 for you still.
Okay. That's a flat 205.
Alright. So he comes up, his blade whizzing past you a few times as you gracefully move out of the way to the side and avoiding him light on your toes despite your heavier armor. Alexi.
All right. Yeah, Alexi is going to step to the captain. And
Okay, the witch hunter.
Yep.
Okay.
And he's going to, a non-lethal blow, of course, try and just kind of like smash into him with his blade.
Use those style points. Come on, have some fun with it. You put a bunch of DP into it.
I'll have some fun with it if something happens.
Fair.
I'm just making sure. Keep it in mind. Gotta get those cool cinematics. I'll be right back.
Yep. By the way, for everyone, we will be getting through this round of combat, and then we'll have to do the rest on Sunday, sadly.
Yeah.
And for Alexi, this is considered the first round of your accumulating key, since you use your armor beforehand. I like this new combat music I picked up. It's very chill, but still got that nice, like, action to it.
Unfortunately, I lost one of my dice, so I'll have to use a different set. It's fine. I'll just use these. Okay, holding back. Uh, 348 for the first one.
Jesus. 192. So that's a difference of 146. What's your weapon's quality?
Plus 15.
Oh, so that's plus 3. Yeah, so he gets 1 layer of armor for you. So that's a difference of 110% of your damage.
Uh, 154 points of damage.
Oh. He has 1 hit point remaining.
Seriously? Oh god.
Oh, they have 155. That's super funny.
Seeing that he lives, he's like, oh, you're much sturdier than the rest. Alright, and he will do one more strike. As he does like an uppercut with the blade.
Oh, he's going to try to survive. Oh, no. 118.
203.
He goes down. As you uppercut and his body goes... "Ooh."
At least he doesn't turn into
And
witness.
we'll roll a style for this one. Pretty fucking good. That's a... oh yeah, he has mastery, right? That was a 284 style. So as he like goes in for the uppercut, he slams into this guy and causes him to kind of like arc over his soldiers and land in a pile behind them. And he's like, I would recommend you stand down, but if you want to continue, come. And he readies, and he'll save the next one for a counterattack.
Alright, you're attacked by 4 Crusaders. They're not going to let a bunch of heathens stop them.
Fair.
First one. 114.
Oof. For my defense, that is going to be a 304.
Jesus. Are you open rolling? I can only imagine.
Not for that one. That was just a 94, though.
Jesus. So almost open rolling. I get you.
Yeah.
Everything
what'd you
seems
say it
like
was?
an open roll when you have one.
It
over
was
200.
304.
Anyway, so you got 190 over. So you can counter with a plus 80.
I will.
Minus the 50 would... Well, minus 50.
Minus the 50
minus-
and non-lethal, so for minus 65, so total of plus 15.
No. I think it's... See, 90 minus 65, 30 and 5. For a total of plus 25.
Oh, okay. He'll do so. Ooh, low roll.
They got a 98.
256.
All right, versus 98, just shy of 160. So 150 minus 3 armor. So that's gonna be 120% of your damage.
That is going to be 168 damage.
Okay, he goes down too.
Crix's neck and is ready for the next guy.
Yeah, so he comes up, he swings, then you just gracefully backstep, turn around, whole body swing with the sword, and just poof. The guy goes crumpled into the dust as well. The next guy comes up. There's going to be a minus 30 for you. It's going to be a 166.
250 for my defense.
Okay, you're fine. Oh, you have one more attack, don't you?
No, I attacked the guy twice.
Oh, that's right, that's right. So you dodge that one. Or block, whichever you do.
Block.
Let's see, that's guy number 2, guy number 3. Ooh, open roll. $210.
This one would be at a minus 50, right?
Correct.
251.
All right, so he gets in right behind you, but you manage to whip your weapon behind you, block the weapon, step back, ready yourself, and the last guy. This will be minus 70 for you. 141.
171.
All right. This guy gets closer. You're getting harried a little bit, but you've thinned their numbers significantly. All right. And I think this next one was off. Yeah, 3 points was the difference between these two. Jacques Ishtar, you're on deck.
Alrighty. Well, he is going to take up his stance with the saber held in front, the dagger kind of tucked in the other offhand, preferring not to have to use it, since the chance of dying is far more increased on that one, and will await with his defensive teleportation.
Okay, and how many dodges do you have for yourself? Did you roll your potential?
No.
Okay.
Alright, he has 3 dodges.
3 dodges. Good to know. All right. The Witch Hunter comes up first. Strikes. A 133.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not gonna. Sorry, I had to get used to where the tabs are. I'm never ready to fight anymore with Doc.
I know.
150.
150. Is that what you got? 150.
Roll plus my fun projection.
Okay. So that is let's see, 133. So that's a difference of not too much, like a 15 or something. So +5 to a counterattack. If you want to, you can wait for a better opportunity.
He'll wait for a better chance. I rolled really shit too.
Okay. His next attack on you. So this is gonna be no penalty for you. Oh, he rolled better that time. That's a 208.
I rolled better this time. 219.
Okay, so that's again nearly 15 over. So +5 to another counterattack, or you can wait.
Also not. He still has tons of attacks, even if the counters. So, well, there's a bunch of them that are going to attack. So
Yeah, there's 4
Yeah.
more Crusaders.
All right.
Alrighty, so again, this guy comes in. You're definitely stepping back, parrying his weapon away, and keeping that white blade at bay. As one of the Crusaders comes in, that's going to be a 170.
$170 exactly.
All right, so he
that's
nearly
the,
gets you as his weapon is about to hit you, and then you just barely blink out of the way. The weapon just barely nicking you, but not any superficial damage. Something you can just wipe away. The next one comes up. And so this is for you. You get those dodges. So then this is the second normal
Yeah, I get
one
those
for
free
you.
ones.
So no penalty still on this one. This next one comes up on you. That's a 151.
168.
Okay. Another.
Just eking them out.
Just barely. +5. You know you're gonna start taking penalties on this.
Yeah, so
So.
he's gonna take advantage of it then.
Okay. So +5. It's 125 defense.
276.
Jesus, I was not ready for that number. He was just like, oh, 100,
Doc
100,
is never in a fight, but he has a 220 in attack.
What's your defense?
95. I get most of my bonus from the projection.
Trying to remember.
Because the numbers are subs out.
Yeah. Was there a rule? Now's about time. Your attack and defense are not supposed to have a bigger difference than 50 for your actual attack and defense.
For your base, anyway.
Yeah, some of his are bonuses from, like, other stuff that he has, something like that, but I'll go into it and check. So it's 50, right?
There might be... It can't be like a bigger difference than 50 between the two for your base attack and defense. But I think there might be a way around it. Right now is a good time for me to remember. I know there
It's not
probably
been
is a way
a
to
problem with
skew
character
it.
before, but I have, like, a bunch in, like, block, for example, that I don't need because I dodge. So I could just sub out the development points as needed if that's a problem.
Well, we have the single defense stat, so you don't invest in the two individually. You just might have for your class more.
When
one
we
than
made the
another.
character, you had me put 150 in all of them.
I think you must have misunderstood me because I haven't done that in
Okay.
a long, long time. And then
Maybe
if you have,
Devin helped with the character, so
then something must have been miscommunicated because we do single defense. Regardless, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
What was your number? Sorry.
I've changed tabs now. Let me just do the math again. Uh, 276.
276. All right, and his defense was 125. Thank you for putting in the chat. It's a difference of 151. Is your weapon quality?
Yes.
What's quality?
My saber is a +10 or +5. Sorry.
+5. Okay, so -1 from his armor. So minus 50% of his armor, or 50 from the attack. Sorry. So that's going to be 100% of your damage.
Alrighty. 90.
That's a big hit, and also roll
Yep.
for your venom. Or no, he has to roll against
No,
your
he makes
DC,
the VR. Yeah.
And
The saber only has the
does
aura, though.
Not too high. That's still going to be a 88.
Oh no, he blooded that one, so. Just to clarify, because you didn't say anything about it before, so I just want to make sure. Is him, like, does him cutting either of his weapons have, like, a limited amount of uses, like, when he's in combat?
For what?
For, like nicking himself and using his blood is essentially, like, a poison on the weapons.
Did we ever discuss that?
I don't think it's ever come up before, because he's not ever done it until
This
before
has
this fight.
been, yeah. We'll count it as a normal poison coating, which means it's expended upon use.
Okay. So 115 is a failure. It's the DC. So
Okay, so then as you strike him, he begins to writhe in pain, collapse to his knees, as his body is convulsing horribly. Because that was not more than, I think it was like...
no, it wasn't enough to keel over.
Yeah. The
It's
next one
over
comes
40.
up to you. And let's see, that was 1, 2, 3 for 2, 1. Good. That one. This is number 2 art. So number 3 is on you.
And the first attack with the penalty.
Yep. So this is going to be a minus 30 for you. And he gets a 180.
All right, 154.
All right, so that is a little shy of 30 over. So 20. Do you have any armor?
I have so much armor. This is cut
Yes.
9.
Okay, yeah. So he swings down, and finally it's about to hit you, and then all of a sudden, pang! The weapon bounces off an invisible barrier. The last one is attacking you for a minus 50 for you.
That's half the reason he's being so bold.
That's going to be a 156.
$156.
On the dot?
Yep.
Alrighty.
So
So
it's a minus 30 at this point, right?
it's a minus 50 for the last one.
Oh, okay.
So
In that
then
case, 136.
Yeah. So, 20 over. Again, same amount of damage that would have been before. Another pang as they're bouncing off of you as the sheen of light kind of shimmers for a second. Ishtar.
Appreciate it, Sarita.
No problem.
Alright. Realizing she's probably not safe on the ground in all this commotion, she's gonna test out these wings and just go up so she has a view of everything. And seeing where Lauren is to try and aid him as she's seen his abilities, she is going to cast Create Darkness in the intermediate level, which is a 25-meter radius. Completely darkens an area. Everything that's inside is perceived as a dark and moonless night.
Okay. So, we'll just say, because that's like 75 feet. For the area for like most of the Servons, they just have darkness for themselves now.
Yeah, she's trying to aid Lauren's abilities as best she can.
As your people are coming after you, kind of stop beneath you, unable to quite get to you, the witch hunter seems to grab something from a pouch and whips a metal object up in your direction that seems to have a line tied to it.
Alright.
The lower level guys are like, oh, fuck, it's that kind of heresy.
Would this be a dodge, or could I use a shield for this one?
Do you have enough Xeon to use a shield?
Yes, I do, because technically Create Darkness at intermediate level is free for me, because that's only 50.
You can't use innate magic and the other magic in the same round.
Got it. That's a dodge then.
Do remember, you count as evil for abilities that hurt those things.
Coincidentally, what's your flight value?
It's an 8.
Okay, no bonus then.
Baby fly. It's alright. One day Finwolf will teach you how to fly fast. Gotta get that 14.
You got a 119.
She has a 92.
Okay. So this whatever it is, this wire, this almost luminescent wire flies up as this thing wraps around your leg. Now you need to make either a strength or agility roll against his for this trapping maneuver he's using on you. He only gets he has a -3 to his maneuver though, because he did not get 100 over you.
Alright, let's go agility.
Hi, Ripley.
Rough.
She does not want me to move my hand.
Then don't.
That is a 14 agility.
You got a 10. So it begins to wrap around your leg as you kick your leg and it comes off. The wire, as it rubs against your skin, begins to burn. And you are successfully not entangled, but you know that whatever it is not good.
But I don't take any damage from it.
No. You just know it's bad for you. As in, it probably does anti-evil damage.
Probably.
Other than that, the rest of your people can literally not do anything. So, that being the case, hey, we're up to the Serbans. So, the various members of the Serban household all have the very similar fighting style as Anastasia does. All more like dancers on the battlefield, despite their heavy armor and large weapons. They come in whipping their bodies around using their massive blades, fending off the Inquisitors the best they can. They seem to be dealing with the Lesser Crusaders first, each one dealing with about 1 to 2, but they do become slightly injured in their fights. Donovan walks up. He has a nice long cavalry-like saber weapon as they're each coming up to him, and he kind of gets down into a bit of a stance, and as each of them come at him with a swipe, aiming for the weak points in their armor, attacking their armpits or any their waist or any of the more flexible parts of the armor. He cuts through several of their the weaker parts of their armor, damaging many of them and not taking any hits. Chestable comes up, and as his foes are coming at him, he takes his longsword out. But then you see it unjoints, and the blades kind of fall down. As he whips it around, as he uses a chainsaw, gripping onto one of them and ripping them aside before fending off a few of their blows.
How fucking dare you?
You're gonna thank me later. Anyway, taking a small hit himself, but managing otherwise to do well. And Laurentiev is sitting there focusing, unmoving, the several members of the Inquisition, including the general guy, come up and are slashing at him. And for those who fought him before, you see the blades cut through and then penetrate. His blood seeps off, or as his body turns into shadow, avoiding some of the damage, but he seems unmoving. And one of them seems to get a really good hit that causes him to bleed somewhat. To everyone, including Anastasia, this looks unusual. He's usually a much more careful, dodgy fighter, like the rest of the Sorbons, but this stalwart stance of not dodging is different. And then, after they all go, he lifts the sword out, and darkness seems to emanate from a ring on his finger. As he says, all right, let me show you how the Sorbons really do this, as all of your shadows begin to roil and move. And we're going to go ahead and end it for that session.
Oof, no turn for Finwith.
No!
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Finwith's turn. I was going to leave off on that point. I forgot that you were at the very, very bottom.
Could you?
Finwith, come on. We're going to do your turn now.
I want a Hulk smash.
Go ahead. There's
Hulk smash.
no roiling shadows yet for you. Damn, that would have been a good point to leave off on.
Yeah, you fucked it because you forgot Best Boy. This is your
I'm sorry. I had a list of like 11 people, and you're at the very bottom.
Well, you should have made sure they were put at the bottom. All right, he'll use the area attack. We'll get all thwapping.
Okay.
Which takes no penalty, so it's just regular attack.
And this is the area is how big?
It doesn't say how big the
I know
area
it hit
is.
3 of us at the same time at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's based
Yeah.
on like his enormous size.
I'm sure it is. Let's look it up real quick. And your size is enormous?
Yes. And they're about to get fucked.
Man, if they thought the one being thrown by Anastasia was bad, Finn was gonna punt them out of moth.
Got a 98.
Oh no.
Yeah, the action area is 5 feet. So 5 feet, you can hit about 3 of them. It's think of it like it's really
It's
hard
like a
to
cleaving hit, basically.
Yeah, it hits every target within 5 feet of an area. So it's like a 5 or 15-foot radius. Or I'm sorry, it's a 15-foot diameter circle.
Okay.
So
So yeah,
let's say it
he
hits
just,
3 of them. Which 3 do you pick?
sways forward, and he has like the longer reach too, so he can get to them before they get to him. And he just like slams one hand out and reaches the other, and just in the middle. And he's gonna try and target the one in charge and 2 of his.
Okay.
First him.
So the Witch Hunter and 2 Crusaders. Got it.
Yep.
What'd you get?
Well, I don't have Zen.
That's not a good sign for them. I don't
No,
have Zen
it's not.
down.
It's
So
a
320 then.
284,
284.
so 320. 384, yeah.
I see. So 320. Nice. Well, the witch hunter at least got a 206. So that's still gonna be 110.
Oh, that would also have the non-lethal penalty to the.
Okay, so
to the
that'd be
320.
290 then. Okay.
Yeah.
Still solid.
So really good. Your arms don't count as quality weapons, right? You know, quality natural weapons. Okay.
No.
All right. So he does
Feel
have...
free to give that to me at any time.
Well, instead, monsters typically just do extra damage with their limbs rather than... Or you could do piercing as well. There's different ways you can do the same kind of stuff. Anyway.
I guess the trade-off is I have a really high base attack with enormous. So.
Yeah, that's also a thing too. So that's just under 90. So 80 minus 4 points of armor. That's still going to be 40% of your damage.
Alrighty. So you said 40?
Yes.
Okay. So that's 40 damage to everybody. Or no, hold on.
That's just to the captain dude.
Sorry, that's a 135 out of 100. So 54 to him.
Okay, 54 to him. And then 1 second here.
And
That's
they're all going to
not
need to make
good.
impact strength saves.
Yeah,
against
we'll
him.
get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
The next guy got a 114, so that's a difference of just under 180. So 170 minus 6 layers of armor for that guy. That's still 110% of your damage.
148. He has
Still
2
up.
HP.
Surprising. Yeah, he does. He
That's
does have
fine.
2
A stiff
HP.
breeze will knock him out. And Fenwith has a lot of attacks.
And the next one. Ooh, he actually got surprisingly higher. He got a 187. So that's a difference of a little under 110. So 100 minus 6 layers of armor. So 40% of the damage, which we already got was 54.
Yeah, 54.
So, cool. Make a strength check for me, please. And what's your strength?
11.
11.
19. Rolled 8.
Let's see. The Witch Hunter got a 17. So he gets knocked back about 20 feet. Takes no damage. The next guy.
Oh, actually, I have increased range on Fenwith the key abilities. Does that include the range for the area?
Oh, increased reach? Yeah, it increases your area attacks. So you could probably hit 5 people, actually.
What's the distance?
It doubles the distance of whatever your area attack is.
Oh, is that just what it says?
I believe so.
It basically allows a small weapon to become like a normal weapon to become a large weapon to become, and so on and so forth. Let me get the correct verbiage, though. It'll be in Dominion of Key.
Yeah, I'm looking there.
What size weapon is my fist considered? Or sorry, I'm open palm slapping them, so.
It's going to be repeated of the Kongsbjorn fight where they're just going to be imprints of them in the wall around Rosencratz.
Ah, I found it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Doubles number of targets you can normally hit with an area attack. Small and medium attacks affect 6 attacks affect 6 and 8 enemies, respectively, while large attacks affect up to 10.
I wanted to hit a lot of people.
All right.
Bowling pins, all of them.
So let's deal with these first 3 first, and then I'll
Okay.
get the others. Oh no, I had to go off my impact table. Meh.
Yeah.
Meh. I just have so many tables to flip through.
That's Anima.
That's Anima. Yeah, Suzanne and I were looking at the speeds the other day. Whoo boy, do those not make any fucking sense. It's like from one agility to the next, the difference can be it's like 10, 15, 25, 5, 10, 10, 15. It's like makes no sense.
What's with the weird curve?
I
then
don't know.
all of a sudden it starts exploding and like being 150. You can travel the world in a second or something.
That's
That's
Anima
that's
for
if you have 20 agility. That's if you have 20 movement. But
Yeah.
like still, it's just
I'm gonna make a character that has 20 in agility and nothing else, and it's just you can't touch them. They can't do anything, but you can't kill them.
literally impossible.
Very hard.
I know.
But so this guy got 10, so he failed by 8.
No. I got a 19.
So he killed by
9.
Yes.
So he goes 100 feet flying away.
Because joined the other guy.
I lock in on his location as well.
The other guy's like getting up all of a sudden.
Hits into him, knocks them both back down.
The last of the 3 that you hit initially. He got a 13, which means that's a 5 difference. Not as bad. Still goes flying about 45 feet. And we'll just say...
6.
Alright.
You were set on me having rolled an 18.
6. Sorry. So 75 feet away. I don't know why I have that number in my head. The next guy got 15, and the one after that got 14. So that's a difference of 4 and 5 respectively. So that guy goes flying about 40 feet away. The last one goes flying about 50 feet away. They all are nearly... And the damage are about the same. They're all almost fucking dead. All of them. You can go ahead and make your next attack.
Well, they went flying, so
The captain didn't go that far away. The witch hunter didn't go flying that far away.
Okay, looks down.
And technically, with your
empty.
reach and including you have reach, you can hit the 2 that also didn't go all the distance either. In fact,
so
you
he'll
could
go in
probably
the second
sweep them all.
Yeah, he'll do it.
Alrighty. So you gotta make your next attack. It's gonna be a minus 25 for you.
The guy who thinks he's out of reach is like, oh, thank God, that's not going to hit me.
And then the key
Awesome.
has like the heavy impact additional. So then with that reduction, it was how much minus for the non-lethals? Minus 30, yeah?
Yes. So on this
Okay.
one, it would just be a
I
minus
completely blanked.
42. Second attack minus non-lethal minus 42.
268.
268. Captain got a 195. Minus, so that is a 70 over minus 4 points of armor, 40%. He's unconscious. He goes flying really far.
Have a nice snooze.
Did you type that in the chat? Okay,
What, the
so you
attack?
did.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, this
I'll go ahead and make
guy-
my strength attack, too.
Well, he got a 90, so he goes flying.
I rolled another 8.
unconscious. And the last guy, oh hey, he didn't get too bad. Still minus 20 or still minus 30. So, let's see, it's 60, 50. So that's going to be a 149. That's 120 over, minus 6 layers of armor, 60% of your damage, which is how much?
81.
81. And he took 54 before. He's still up, technically. But he's probably going to have to try to not fly away.
Yeah. I rolled
He
another 8,
failed.
so it's another 19.
He got a 10. So he goes flying 100 feet away. Let's see. We'll roll for Ragdoll Captain here. Also a 10, 100 feet away. And the last guy, who also is unconscious. Oh, surprisingly, he doesn't fly as far away. He flew 15. 15. So that's the fourth increments. He still flies about 50 feet away. So yeah, a bunch of enemies have just been plopped in a pile 100 feet away by your two bear sweeps, and then there's one guy 50 feet away, unconscious. And yeah, you've cleared out your people as well.
So with his third attack, he just sweeps his gaze over everybody from on high, and then sees somebody holding on to Ishtar.
Well, technically not holding on to Ishtar, but he tried.
They
Well,
attempted.
Tried. Okay. It's like did he pull the string thing back, or is it just like on the ground?
She kicked it off, so it's like it fell to the ground.
Okay. Do I have the movement to get over there?
Yes, you're enormous.
Yes, I am huge. I just step over everybody.
I think it actually says like the reach. I know it said that the area is like a 5-foot action area, but which I have actually no idea what that fucking means. I just have to guess because 5-foot action area doesn't mean jack shit in this game. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you actually get a +1 to your movement because of your size.
Yep. So he just steps over the combat with a low grumble, like rattles through everybody's armor as he zeroes in on the guy trying to snatch Ishtar out of the sky. And Ishtar, you get to watch a giant bear pounce as he brings both hands down in like a slap.
She's like trying to dodge out of the way because you are huge.
So this is going to be an attack -50 for you.
It's fine. We're trying to get their attention over here.
153.
He can eat a lot more damage than Ishtar can.
Ishtar is relatively safe flying in this situation.
And I'm gonna put some fatigue into it. Might as well.
Okay.
I want to hurt some.
I guarantee you will.
Yay! And then 50 with the penalty to non-lethal. Did I already include it? No.
No, sorry. So with the non-lethal penalty, it's -65.
Just checking.
How much fatigue are you pumping in?
I should put 2.
Okay.
Not to mitigate part of it. 282.
Okay. Make sure if you guys use fatigue, tell me before you roll.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I rolled
So
after. I didn't say how much. Sorry.
The first time this session, so no worries. Just don't want your roll to inform your choice.
Yeah.
282 attack. Okay. Oh, sorry, that was 153. So that's a difference of 130, a little less. 120 minus 4 points of armor. 80% of your damage.
108.
108. Beefy, to say the least. The next guy.
I am
Surprising.
grade A Goldarian beef.
177. So just shy of, or just over 100. So 100 minus 6 hours of armor, 40% of your damage.
54.
Okay. Let's see, 137, which is just shy of 150 over. So 140 minus 6 hours, blah, blah, minus 6 areas of armor, 80% of your damage.
108.
108. Next guy. 150. That's 132 over. So that's going to be minus 6 areas of armor is 70% over.
94.
94. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. It's 3. It's 5 total. 2 more. Okay. Math. Let's see here. 105. Oh no. He's getting the big ouch. That is almost 180 over. 170 minus 6 hours of armor. 110% of your damage.
148. 2
2
HP.
HP.
That's the second one to eat.
And the last one.
That they all have to make strength checks after.
And then they're all going to have to make strength
Christ.
checks after. 74, or 174, sorry. So that's a difference of just over 100. So that's going to be 100 minus 40% of your damage.
54 again.
54 again. Okay. Strength checks. Captain, let's go. Not bad. 14. So he doesn't go flying too far, like 20 feet. Next guy. 12. I'm going to pull up my table here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. 20 feet for the last guy. 12. Difference of 4. 50 feet away. Second Crusader. Ooh, not bad. 16. Matches. Doesn't go anywhere. Third Crusader? Second Crusader. Third Crusader. It's a lot. I'm trying to do this fast because it's 11 o'clock. He got 1, so that's a 9. So that's 7 over. Cool. He goes flying 60. Oh wait, it's in meters here. Weird. Wait, what?
Well, if it's meters, they
it's-
just went real far.
No. It's just they
Okay.
they misput it because otherwise the next one wouldn't make sense. That's still 120 feet, or not 120 feet. That's 70 feet away.
Okay.
Guy number 4. No longer Crusaders, just guys. Oh, I got rid of that one. Whew. Beat you, 17. So you come down, big hands, slam into the ground. Some guys go, ah! Flying over. The other ones that kind of survived are sitting there like crushed by your blow.
Lifts the hand slowly, kind of shaking rubble from between the large like fingers and claws. Stands to the full height to completely block out Ishtar. And lets out a happy grumble, though it sounds demented to everybody else, probably. He'd
And that-
say something, but too many teeth.
And then, Lauren Teeve says something really cool. Your shadows start waveling, and that's gonna be the end of the session. Yay!
Philip has a lot of shadow to be warbling.
That's true. As he activates some special technique he's been working on recently.
Been training in the garden for a while.
Yes. So, with that in mind, again, we're not going to be doing XP until the very, very end. We're almost done. I guarantee next session will be the end. Well, okay. There's an 80% chance the next session will be the end. But we will 100% be done by next Wednesday, if nothing else. So, at least with the Rosencratz arc, Cradle Crypt will keep going on, and Group Survival will be ending. But with that, thank you all so much for watching. I highly appreciate you all. Thank you for all the lovely comments. And if you guys like it, please follow if you're watching here and haven't done so yet to see more amazing content like this. We're getting to the nice epic end of a character arc and the end of another campaign, technically. And thank you to all my players for making such wonderful characters here, where we get to see how OP as shit they are for this last fight as they're fighting a bunch of dudes in plate mail armor, and they're just getting shredded.
Fringham better be shook.
I want to shoot Ickfall. Can I shoot Ickfall?
Fair.
Yeah, you can. I'm not
And
gonna say
then
it's
die
gonna go
immediately
well
after.
for you, but you can.
I could run in to help the First Lord free him from his fucking crystal prison, and then I can use the final stand.
The
I wanna-
final stand.
I think I would like to use it.
Yeah. It's a bad thing about magic casters. They don't take multi-attack penalties.
Oof. Yeah, actually, that is true. Same with
Yeah.
fucking psychics. That's
Yeah.
good for me.
The goal is
Uh,
to shred through their shield so they have to try and dodge.
Yes.
Cameron, reorganizing the development points that get put into block and dodge.
So essentially what it works is you have a single defense score. If your class, for whatever reason, has a difference in cost between the two, that just creates a difference at your end goal, whatever it is. So if one is 2 and the other is 3, then by the time they're at 100, one will be at 100 and the other one will be at like 60 or something, like 66.
Basically, if you invest 150 in the 2, it would be 75. While if you were to invest 150 in the 3, it would be a 50. Basically.
So if what kind of warrior are you? A psychic warrior, right?
Yeah, well, no, freelance. The freelancer.
Oh, you're a freelancer. Okay, then that's 100%. So you just add 75 points to your defense overall.
Okay. Yeah, it actually brings them exactly 50-point difference between the dodge and the attack.
Cool. It works out in
we're
the
good.
end. It's all
We're
good.
good.
But yeah, I don't know how that happens. I guess just some wires got crossed. I was talking to Suzanne actually, and I'm just like, the one problem with Anima, not a single player gets through a whole campaign without saying, wait, did I do all my points right? I think something's wrong on my character sheet.
Yep, that happens.
It's inevitable.
It's every single time. Worst case yet, there's no good way to fix it because I give you guys points every once in a while for certain small things. And unless you remember every single one of those...
Or like, where the fuck do I have 15 in this from? It brings me over my development points for that level.
Yeah. Or something gets missed, or some advantage gets missed. It happens 100% of the time. No questions asked. That's why
Hey, at
Anima...
least this was a super easy fix.
Yeah, yours was really, really easy. But that's why Anima is just a great game if you change everything about it. It's
We
good
enjoy it
groundwork.
anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you all. I'm not going to keep my players any much longer, though, so we're going to go ahead and end the stream. Have a good night.
Bye.